Good morning, everyone. Can everybody hear me okay? Thank you. Okay. It is 9:30 and this Places for Everyone hearing session is now open. I'm Louise Gibbons, one of the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan, along with William Fieldhouse and Stephen Lee. I'll just do some housekeeping matters first. Just a reminder for everyone to switch mobile phones, laptops and other devices to silent. We do have water in the room, which will be topped up during breaks, and please don't bring in food or hot drinks to this room. As far as I understand, there are no fire alarm tests planned for today, so if the alarm does sound, then we need to vacate the building in an orderly fashion as we can, following the green emergency exit signs, and there's one of those at the doorway you came in and to my right. If you have any queries during the day, please ask Helen or Yvonne, one of our programme officers. They are around all day. Just a reminder that the purpose of the examination is to help us decide if the plan is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. Today, the session will be a structured discussion based on the agenda which was published last week. And today we are dealing with two sites in Wigan. That's JPA 34, the M6 Junction 25, and JPA 35, land north of, is it Mosley Common? I want to make sure I get the pronunciation correct. Mosley Common, thank you. And on that note, just in relation to the sites, hopefully you are all aware that the GMCA have also produced some documents in relation to this. That's GMCA 73 and GMCA 74, which suggested changes to the development requirements. We will be looking at those later in the discussions on each site. And just in brief, these have been produced to reflect some discussions that we've had on previous site allocation session, to reflect issues that we've raised in relation to consistency and some other matters that have been discussed during the sessions. But you will have an opportunity to comment on those as we go through. I think most of you have been here before. Has anybody not been here before? No, but I will just explain how today will run. The GMCA will do a brief introduction to each site when we get onto them, and I'll start with questions to the team, the GMCA team, and when I've heard the responses to those, then I will invite contributions from others. At that stage, if you have questions, please turn your nameplate on its end as before. And just when I invite you to speak, if you're representing a group, just say who you're representing for the first time. And make sure I can see your nameplate. Some of the water jugs get in the way, so thank you, that's helpful. Please keep your comments brief and focused on the questions that I've asked and limited to no more than a couple of minutes. There's no need to repeat what is in your statements or representations. We have read those, or to say that you agree with what has been said by someone else. I will give the GMCA the chance to sum up their position at the end of each item if they wish to do so. Please make sure that you cover your points on a particular subject. So if we're talking about transport, for example, make sure you get everything out that you want to say about transport before I ask the GMCA to sum up, because that then gives the GMCA the opportunity to sum up on all the points raised. And if you're not sure where to raise a particular point, just ask me. Just put your nameplate on end and just say, where should I say this? I don't know whether you're aware, but following these sessions, in general, we have been producing an action point list for the GMCA. But just to note that these action point lists and our discussions on the site allocations today and during the rest of the week and previously does not mean we have made up our minds, as we're still considering a range of matters in respect of the plan. We'll probably have a comfort break for 20 minutes around 11 o'clock. We'll see where we get on with the sites. If we need to swap to another site, then we'll also have a break to allow any changes in personnel if that is needed. I do understand we have James Grundy MP with us today. I think if Mr. Grundy can hear me, I'll just ask people to introduce themselves in the room so that you know who is here, and then you can make your statement. Hopefully you can hear me say that. So I'd like the participants to introduce themselves, starting with the GMCA team first, please.
Morning, ma'am. Chris Katkowski, KC for GMCA.
Good morning. David Kersley, Wigan Council, representing the GMCA.
Good morning. Stephen Lamb, Wigan Council, also representing the GMCA.
Good morning. Stephen Riley, Wigan Council, also representing GMCA.
Good morning. Andrew Brown, resident of Mosley Common.
Good morning. It's Phil Woodward, Salford resident of Ellenbrook.
Good morning, Councillor Robin Garrido, leader of the opposition on Salford Council and also representing RAID.
Good morning, Rebecca Dennis from Pegasus Group, representing Barrett Manchester Limited.
Good morning, Matt Sobick from Savills, representing Mrs A Williams, Ask Developments and Peloton Real Estate in relation to policy JPA 34.
Good morning, David Diggle from Turley, representing Peel Land and Property.
Good morning, James Corbett Bircher, Council, representing Peel alongside Telly.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Grundy, are you able to hear us? Can't hear you or see you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Did you wish to make a statement now?
Yeah. No, I'll listen for the moment. But James Grundy MP.
Okay.
Me.
Okay. Thank you. If you wish, you can make your statement now. Or are you intending to listen to some of the discussion?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you want to listen to the discussion. I just want to clarify that.
Yes, I found it useful
Okay.
to perhaps listen a little bit first to incorporate some points that may arise into
Okay, thank you. If you wish to speak then, do you have access to the raise hand function? Just use that if you wish to speak at any point. Okay. Okay, thank you. Just before we get on, I did just want to say I'll invite the GMCA to set the context and do the introduction as usual. I just wanted to say that in relation to I might make reference to the site visit maps. I think in other sessions we have been doing that, so hopefully you've all seen those. Those were produced by the GMCA quite early on in the examination in response to one of the questions that we had. I do have a general question about these sites. I do note that they're not here this morning. The CPRE representations actually refer to the Wigan sites in their reps as conflicting with the Peat Action Plan. But from my reading of the GMCA 59, which you produced, which was where the peat was all mapped, I couldn't see that there was any peat in relation to those sites. So I just wanted to double check that we're not dealing with peat issues here.
Yeah, there's no peat on the site from our perspective.
Okay, Mr. Brown, you have your nameplate up.
Yeah, so from Peel's own master plan regarding the JPA 35 site, they show an area of peat on the map to the northwest of the site. So it's clearly some conflicting information there.
Are Peel able to help with that at all?
Yes, we are, ma'am. We've looked at this. We don't consider there is peat on the site. So the position you've recorded in the maps is correct.
So with the master plan, was that just which plan was that? Sorry, Mr. Brown.
It's the master plan which has been submitted to Wigan Council. It's mentioned in the in the site topic paper, which says that must be submitted before the site can move ahead. So it's strange that there's a very clear hatched area on the site there to the northwest, which Peel have stated they believe contains peat, and interesting that now they have found that the peat is absent.
Okay, maybe that is the matter that could just be clarified. I mean, from Wigan's perspective, you don't think peat is involved here?
No, we don't think there's peat on the site. By the site, we're talking Mossley Common here, because it's obviously Peel's site. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. In that case, then we'll move on to GMCA doing the introduction. Thank you.
On the M6 Junction 25 site, which is
Yes.
allocation 34. Yes, thank you very much indeed, ma'am. So this is an unusual site in that nearly all of it, we say the vast majority, it looks like about 7/8 of it, certainly more than 3/4 of the site already has planning permission granted on a call-in. So during the course of the evolution of places for everyone, there was an application which was resolved to be approved by the council, was called in by the Secretary of State and granted consent, getting on for 2 years ago now. So that's for just under 134,000 square metres of employment development, B8, so it's a logistics development, unsurprisingly, given its location. And that's a Tritax part of the site. There is a remaining part of the allocation which is being actively promoted by some of those sitting opposite, also for employment development. So most of it already has consent. The site meets site selection criteria number 3. That's to say there's an existing economic opportunity, boost competitiveness of the north. Obviously the motorway is the opportunity here, and particularly for logistics development. The site, in terms of this plan, obviously the allocation would involve release of the land from the green belt, and our assessment and our reassessment when the extent of green belt take was reduced as the plan evolved. Our assessment has come up with very high degree of harm to the green belt to 3 purposes, 1, 2 and 3. But when your colleague inspector assessed this in relation to the Tritax planning application, which is across nearly all of the allocation, a different view was formed, which was accepted by the Secretary of State. And for the first and the second purpose, where our study had shown significant harm, your colleague and the Secretary of State found precious little harm. And in relation to the third purpose, encroachment into the countryside, where again we'd found significant harm, your colleague and the Secretary of State found moderate harm. So certainly in granting the consent on the basis of very special circumstances, the degree of harm to the Greenbelt for a logistics development across nearly all of this allocation was gauged to be and characterised to be significantly less than that which was found in our study. But our study is there, and the Secretary of State and your colleagues' conclusions are as well. Otherwise, any impacts we see as being ones that can be successfully mitigated, and in plan-making terms, we consider that the case for the allocation is clear and strong. The public interest justifies the allocation. There are exceptional circumstances here, although much of this has been overtaken by events given the grant of planning permission. Those are my brief words in opening.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to ask a couple of questions in relation to the green belt. So the allocation, as far as I can tell, retains a small portion of green belt within the site, and I noticed that was potentially a location for the provision of the Always Junction. Is that the reason for keeping it within the green belt and not including it?
Yes, it is, ma'am. Yeah.
There's also a portion of land which is outside the allocation but is within the permission, which is this that slither of land here, which is to the south of the pipeline. What's the reason for that being within the permission but not within the allocation?
We've decided not to put that in the allocation on the basis that it's woodland, it's copse woodland, so we're not anticipating that the site would come forward for development. Also, the outline planning permission does propose some landscaping features, boundary treatments in that area, which would be suitable for greenbelt retention in the greenbelt. So in short, the greenbelt boundary there has been fixed by either proposed or existing features on the ground.
And in terms of the provision of the junction, obviously that will be in greenbelt. So in terms of whether that would come forward, I suppose, would that relate to whether it was engineering operation, as it would be within the greenbelt, how it would gain permission?
Well, the reason to include it within the site allocation boundary is to provide a link to the criterion in the policy which seeks to safeguard that land for a potential future always junction. We felt like keeping it within the allocation meant that there was a direct link between the policy and that particular piece of land, which wouldn't exist if it was outside the allocation boundary. And then, retaining it in the greenbelt seemed like a logical approach, given that it provides that site with added protection against development, particularly given it was in the red edge boundary for the site allocation.
But the answer to your question, ma'am, is yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I mean, obviously, I've noted what was said by the inspector in relation to the application. There were concerns about the merging of Wigan and Ashton, and I think that was an issue that you picked up yourself. So in terms of whether the proposal would result in that, I do notice again there are the greenbelt is retained to the north and the south.
That's right. So our study had marked, in relation to purpose 2, merger of towns, we'd marked that as a significant element of harm to the greenbelt. And your colleague has found still be open land to the north, south and east, separate identities of Wigan and Ashton would be safeguarded. They would remain distinguishable from one another. So we're reading that as characterising the degree of harm to the greenbelt for purpose number 2 as a deal less than our study has shown.
Thank you. And in terms of the boundaries, you've referred to the boundaries being clearly and well defined. I think there are possibly some existing features that need to be strengthened. Whereabouts are those? Are you able to say where possibly there may be additional planting or landscaping needed to strengthen the boundaries?
As you can, in the north of the site, where the bridleway ends, well, where the red edge of the site allocation boundary veers away from the bridleway, it's from that point round to where it connects back into the M6 to the west of the site is where the greenbelt boundary is absent of proper, decent, defensible boundaries where boundary treatment through the development would create those.
Thank you. And whilst we're on boundaries, I did note again that there's a blue line that comes up leading to the housing development. I did walk that. Is that a footpath?
It is, yeah. It's a footpath providing direct connection into the existing residential estate to the north.
Okay, so that was part of the application. Was there anything in relation to, but it's not being taken out of the greenbelt, I take it, it's just simply to show a connection to
It's just to show
housing.
a connection, yes.
Okay, thank you. We will cover the compensatory measures as we have done on other sites within the development requirements, because there's there is a new criterion that's been proposed in relation to that. So I intend to cover that here. Did anyone, any party want to make any comments about Greenbelt issues in relation to this site? Barrett.
Thank you, Ma'am. Yeah, it's just in relation to the parcel of land that's proposed to be removed from the Greenbelt, which does sit north of the consented employment development. And there's been some discussion about how the appeal inspector did note the importance of the gap between Winstanley to the north, and I think it was Ashton he referred to the south. And that gap at the moment does continue sort of towards the east, past Winstanley, to the south of Wheatley Industrial Estate, and then on to Hawkley. And obviously, with the proposed allocation seeking to sort of sever that gap, it does leave the gap just to the south of the residential area of Winstanley. So it was just a point really about whether that gap should, and we think it should, continue all the way along the south of the settlement there. Noting that, you know, the merging and that gap was important at the time of the appeal for the consented employment development.
Okay, so you're suggesting that that area of land in between the Wheatley Industrial Estate and the consented site should be retained as Greenbelt and shouldn't be part of the allocation?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming, you know, but that gap where it exists, yeah, should extend all the way along, or at least it did when the inspector was considering the employment proposal, and now obviously it doesn't. So yeah, that part there, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Sorry, I can't see your nameplate. It's Mrs. You're representing Mrs. Williams, aren't you? And yeah, well, I'm okay with that. If the
I don't mind as long as the gentleman switches his microphone on when he does respond to my response in due course. So, well, we obviously disagree with Barrett's entirely public-spirited suggestion that that area of land should remain in the Greenbelt. We know, of course, about their omission site on the other side of the motorway. So we consider that the land should be kept within the allocation. You can see its location right next to the existing industrial estate. You'll know there's a clause in the policy about having a link to the existing industrial estate. You'll recall that our own assessment has set the degree of harm of removing the land from the Greenbelt quite a lot higher than your colleague did, albeit I take the point that your colleague was looking at a slightly smaller area of land than the allocation. So we have weighed in the balance, well, actually a very high degree of harm to the purposes of the Greenbelt from removing the entirety of the allocated site from the Greenbelt, including this part to the north of the permitted site. And we regard it as entirely the right approach and certainly a justified approach, an appropriate strategy to take the land out of the Greenbelt, including that part nearest the industrial estate. Did you want to add anything? No. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think obviously absolutely echo everything that the council has just said then in terms of its position on the land. And just to make a couple of further points, clearly the allocation is for a greater level of employment development than the appeal allows for, of which the development on the site that Barrett have referred to and is within our client's ownership would meet that level of employment development envisaged in the allocation. Further, from a very practical point of view, that land, with the application having already been approved, serves no real function and purpose in the Greenbelt anymore. The allocation at that point doesn't extend eastwards further than Wheatley Industrial Estate, which is located to the north. And for all the reasons that I've mentioned in terms of proper land use planning, providing a connection or trying to facilitate a connection between the industrial area as a whole, we consider it's meritorious for that to remain in the allocation. We've also been in just for background information more than anything, constructive pre-application discussions with the council over the development of that site as well.
Thank you. Did anybody want to raise any final points in relation to Greenbelt? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I can't. Who's representing who here? Are you representing Mrs. Williams?
Just to clarify that point, ma'am, I'm Dan Matthewman. I'm act on behalf of Mrs. Williams, the landowner. Mr. Sobick acts on behalf of the developer, who has the option agreement over the land. So we'll possibly enact in concert with one another. Thank you. I just felt it was important to correctly characterise the point made in the inspector's letter about that greenbelt, about that gap. And what the inspector says just in paragraph 6.7 of the decision letter is that the gap would be reduced on the western side, but it would far from disappear. There would remain greenbelt land to the south of the M6 slip road, and the M6 road would continue to play a significant role in maintaining separation between settlements. So it would be our position, ma'am, that removal of that land from the greenbelt would not prejudice greenbelt purposes in any event.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions in relation to the Greenbelt, subject to coming on to the compensatory improvements later in the development requirements. So the next question relates to whether the site is suitably located. And Mr. Kapkowski, you referred to criterion 3, which I think refers to the high demand for logistics and manufacturing activity. I did also note, if I recall correctly, that Wigan doesn't necessarily have the potential for a large amount of employment logistics development. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So this is a site that's unusual in that respect in relation to Wigan itself as well.
It is, yeah. Wigan is, despite its M6 location, strategic location in the northwest on the M6 corridor, it has not been able to attract inward investment due to a lack of suitable sites that are available. And the take-up rate over the last 10-15 years has been negligible, much below requirements in the core strategy that was adopted in 2013. And this site coming forward has been a significant will have a significant impact, beneficial impact on the economic profile of the borough, with over 50 hectares of employment land coming forward in this location.
And when you say that you haven't been able to attract investment, is that because other sites aren't as closely related to? Although Wigan itself is close to the M6, it's just that there are access issues.
Yeah, the vast majority of sites which are available for employment are located away from the M6 corridor. You know, they're on sites which are constrained by poor access, older industrial accommodation. So this is one of very, very few sites of such quality which have site prominence, accessibility, all the attributes that a modern day investor seeks for in a site.
Okay, thank you. And we'll come on to viability later as well once we've done the development requirements. I have no further questions about the site's location. Did anybody else want to make any points? Okay, thank you. In that case, then we'll turn to the site criterion. I will be referring to the GMCA document. We'll deal with that. Although we are dealing with obviously the policy in the submitted plan, it's just helpful to go through the development requirements as the changes proposed by the GMCA. It's just helpful for the discussions. Right, so did the GMCA want to say anything before we just start on this section?
Very happy for you to launch yourself at the criteria, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We'll start. one of the questions that we did ask on our matters, issues and questions related to part of the site, as I understand it, is within the an air quality management area, and I think your response related to the planning application and the appeal, and that the air quality assessment can be the air quality issues can be satisfactorily addressed. Did you want to just say anything about that?
Well, ma'am, you've correctly summarised the position. Indeed, your colleague and the Secretary of State agreed that air quality matters can indeed, and in that particular application, were indeed satisfactorily assessed and addressed. But did you want to add anything at all?
Yeah, just to say that, this can be addressed through the proposed clean air policy JP P6, and existing district policies, for example, our core strategy policy CP17, which is our environmental protection policy, and existing unitary development policies on air quality and other amenity issues. And the council adopted a development and air quality supplementary planning document as well last year, which would obviously be material in managing air quality on this site. And in addition to that, obviously TriTax Symmetry got planning permission, and an air quality assessment supporting that development was accepted by the inspector and the Secretary of State.
Councillor Garrido, did you want to raise something at this point?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure whether it's relevant or not, but you're talking about air quality and the fact that at the moment the plan submitted by Greater Manchester Council is currently back with the government, and no decision has yet been reached as to whether that's going to be introduced or not. And I think that will, whether it's introduced or not, will have a significant effect on the amount of pollution coming from these developments. So I think we do have to be very careful as to what we rely on at this stage when the air quality suggestions by Greater Manchester Council have not yet been agreed. I think probably I'll speak later about the effects it also has in relation to Salford and the M60. But I just really wanted to make the point about that air quality policy.
Okay, thank you. So that's the wider air quality
that's the
plan.
That's the clean air zone at Greater Manchester level, which is going through its process at the moment. That is not to be conflated, confused, or muddled with Wigan's core strategy policy on air quality and their relatively recently adopted SPD on the subject.
Okay, thank you. We will come on to issues relating to transport shortly. And that's probably the point at which you could raise those in relation to Salford. So if we go on to criteria 1, criteria 1 relates to a master plan to be agreed with the council. There have been some changes to this policy. There's been an addition in relation to infrastructure phasing and delivery strategy. Just in relation to the master plan, obviously with the presence of the planning application, does that have a bearing on a master plan for the area?
Well, obviously the vast majority of the site has got planning permission already, so that can just come forward in line with the planning permission. So obviously there is part of the site which hasn't got planning permission yet. So I think they would just need to explain how that relates to the existing TriTax permission to the south, and in accordance with the plan, with the policy and proposed as proposed.
We're keen as well, ma'am, for the link road, which is referred to, or road connection rather, to use the language of the criterion, which is referred to at item number 7. We're keen to ensure that is facilitated, and so obviously much of that would come on the permitted site, whereas I understand it as part of the permission there's a condition which relates to access from the permitted site into the land to the north, which has been referred to before, and then obviously the land to the north we would wish to facilitate a link up to through to the industrial estate. So the comprehensive plan would at least need to take account of that. But obviously, yes, most of the, well, it's an outline permission, isn't it, for most of it? So, you know, there are sort of indicative layouts then for most of the allocation.
So, so is it just that the part that is without permission that needs to produce a master plan, and so it specifically relates to that? I just wonder whether that needs to be expressed.
No, that's a perfectly fair point, ma'am. And the northern parcel would need to show how it would fit in with, if you like, the majority of the allocation, which is already got its consent. And so, I mean, this is an evolution of the plan having been overtaken by, you know, more recent events. And so, yes, it's a perfectly fair point, and doubtless on your action list you may well flag this up for us.
Thank you. Could you just turn your nameplate round so I can see that? Okay, so if you just refer to you as Ask Developments, is that better? Yeah, okay, thank you.
I've been referred to as worse, so thank you. Cheers. So we would wholly support a position which required prior to any further application on the site, requiring sort of as part of any further application on the site, a comprehensive master plan to be submitted and agreed with the council. I think that's important because clearly it's a strategic allocation, and that's important anyway, and perhaps had the appeal not already been allowed on the majority of the site, that would have been a requirement as part of the planning policy process anyway. But just to add a few further points to that which are important as to why that's the case, as part of the allowed appeal for the Tritax development, there's a requirement in the Section 106 agreement to provide a link between that development and our particular site. So even under the Secretary of State's position on the allowed appeal, it is always envisaged that the land to the north of the site, northern part of the allocation, will come forwards for employment development. And then further, for the reasons that the Combined Authority states, there is a desire to try and facilitate a link between the existing employment development to the north of the allocation and the overall wider employment allocation. So as part of that process, we are committed to demonstrating how that will be the case. I mean, one, there's a legal obligation on the existing developer for the majority of the site to provide a link to our site, and two, there's a requirement in policy for us to look at how we could facilitate the provision or not preclude the provision of that link to the existing employment development in Wheatley Industrial Estate. So we would support such a change.
Okay, so in terms of how the site is developed, then there's a proper, I suppose, flow of traffic would possibly result, because you've got the link from the consented scheme through to the rest of the site, and then through to the Wheatley Industrial Estate. So it would all link up.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll cover the transport issues in a little bit more detail when we come to those. Any other points to be made on criterion 1? No. Okay. So criterion 2 relates to the delivery of the 140,000 square metres of the B2 and B8 employment floor space. Obviously, I have picked up on representations that the policy could possibly be more flexible in relation to employment generating uses. Did you GMCA want to say anything in relation to that?
Yes, we haven't taken that on board, and we've been in discussion with Ask about that, and we've come to some agreement in terms of the criterion as it currently stands. So we feel like the part of the case to take this land out of the Greenbelt is to maximise its employment development, particularly B2, B8 uses on there. So to dilute that would impact on the overall case. And we see this as a good opportunity and a great site for such uses.
Okay, so from Ask's point of view, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, it was just a minor point of clarification. Mr. Kersley's absolutely right in terms of what he says. This isn't the request in the statement and as borne out through the pre-application discussions isn't an objective to dilute the overall employment provision piece. So it's not an approach to look for, I don't know, roadside uses or drive-throughs or something similar to that. I think that had formed part of the sort of earlier ideas, but we're beyond that now in terms of discussion. I think what we're just trying to build in is a slight mechanism of flexibility, you know, just to allow for the fact that there might be some uses which are, you know, predominantly B8 uses, but could have an element of trade counter to them, or could be a B1C, sorry, EG3 light industries, I was trip over them, light industrial type use. And it was just a recognition, without being prescriptive to those uses, because clearly the lifetime of an employment development can evolve in terms of the operators. It was just to have a slight element of flexibility to allow other appropriate ancillary type employment uses, and it was nothing more than that.
Okay, but I suppose that is something that you could possibly be demonstrated through that pre-app process rather than necessarily a change to the policy. Is that something that you would still be seeking?
I mean, ideally, if that tail piece was included, it would. I think it would help provide a bit of clarity, but I don't think we're going to die in a ditch over that particular point.
Okay, thank you. Right. Okay. So we'll move on to. I think we've got a kind of loose grouping of transport criterion now, and there is a proposal for a new. I assume this would be a new criterion which relates to Appendix D in accordance with policy JPC7. I know, Mr. Katkowski, you've repeated yourselves many a time with this policy, but for the benefit of those here, would you just like to explain why this has come about?
Thank you, ma'am. And it would indeed be a new criterion. We haven't numbered the new criteria in these just to avoid confusion. That's why it's unnumbered. Yes. So through our thematic policy C7, there would be a process of assessment with any planning application, be accompanied by a transport assessment. That would use all the latest up-to-date figures and assessment work to work out what the traffic impact would be of the proposed development and what highways works are necessitated or need to be contributed to. We've done a worst-case assessment across the entire plan to see whether or not there would be a severe traffic impact from any of these allocations. And we have worked on the basis of a list of potential highway schemes and other transport works to see whether or not, with mitigation, there would be a severe impact. And we've concluded that on that worst-case basis, there wouldn't be a severe impact. There's a list of potential works in Appendix D, which cross-referred to in this criterion and also in our amended version of C7. And so the idea would be that when a planning application was made, assuming the plan is adopted and the allocations in it, when a planning application is made under the auspices of this criterion, there would be an assessment to see whether or not the list of potentially necessary works in Appendix D are indeed necessary, and if so, how they're going to be put in place. For example, is that a question of contributions? I'm thinking here particularly given the status of the planning consent and what the planning permission was obliged to bring forward. So, matters will move on by the time we get to a planning application proper, if you like, in relation to the remaining part of the allocation.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of Appendix D, there are only two with this one under the necessary measures. That's the signalisation of the Bryn interchange and M6 Junction 24 improvements. Is that correct? That's
right, because Junction 25 is southbound only, and so the development across the piece, and this has already been secured through the planning consent granted on the call-in by the Secretary of State, The development is to deliver improvements to junction 24 to facilitate traffic movements of northbound traffic via junction 25, if I've got all these junctions the right way round.
Yeah, just to clarify, junction 24 is northbound only. So in a sense, those two junctions work as a partnership, really, if you're with me.
And in terms of, I suppose might be an appropriate. I'm just looking actually. No, we'll come on to the safeguarded land for the junction M6, junction 25. Sorry, when we do, that's criterion 9, isn't it? I'm just wondering whether actually it might be best to deal with all the transport and access ones all at once. Yeah.
Yes.
And so originally, so criteria, just so that people don't lose it, we're dealing with criterion 9 here. We're jumping around a little bit. So originally that policy was worded in allowing for the provision of an all-ways junction, but now the reference is to safeguard land within the allocation.
That's right.
What's the reason for the change?
Well, we don't see the allocation actually providing the all-ways junction at junction 25. I mean, it's already been decided by the Secretary of State that the vast majority of the allocated floor space can and should come forward with other improvements to the motorway network, which we've briefly summarised, rather than an all-ways junction at M6 junction 25. So this is a wider public interest scheme, if you like. It's not something which the allocation needs to deliver, but we do need to make sure the land is safeguarded for that future potential, as I understand it.
Yes, just to concur that. I think the original wording as submitted wasn't for the scheme to deliver that, but I think the way it's been proposed now provides more clarity to the position. That is the main reason for the change.
Okay, thank you. Right, so just moving on then to the other transport type criterion. Then you've got criterion 3, which is about providing good quality road access from the M6 motorway and the A49. It refers to significantly adverse effect. Is that the right? I just want to check whether that's the right terminology.
You could perfectly happily lose the second and third lines of item number 3 because, of course, there's a severe impact test which has been tested out and which would be assessed through policy C7 in any event. So the key is the good quality road access from the M6 and the A49. The last 2 lines, or line and a half, if you like, of item 3 do seem to be a bit gratuitous, to be quite frank.
And criterion 4, you've suggested deleting altogether, just on the basis of that there's nothing else in Appendix D. I just wondered why that had been deleted in its entirety.
Yeah, it's simply because it's been replaced by the new criterion, which points to policy C7 and Appendix D.
So in that, you'd be relying on the policy C7 element of it rather than any specifics in Appendix D?
Yeah, that's right.
And we've already discussed it to some extent. Criteria 7 relates to, which again is transport related, relates to the site layout, not precluding the provision of the future road connection.
That's right, which we thought was it's a facilitation point, or not precluding, because obviously the final piece in the jigsaw, which is actually the connection, you can take, obviously within the allocation, you can take the road through up to the site, the allocated site's boundary. But obviously on the other side, the boundary, that is through land, which I understand is in ASDA's control. They have the unit furthest south on the Wheatley Industrial Estate. You can see at the top end of your plan. So that's why we have that language. I mean, not preclude or facilitate, but what we can't actually say is provide, because obviously the final little bit of tarmac is not going to be within the control of the allocation itself.
But I take it there is scope for providing that link, so that the development of the Wheatley estate doesn't preclude.
It doesn't preclude it. Yeah, it's actually the site actually owned by Asda is currently on the market actually, so there is potential there to, I don't know, perhaps address that through the future sale of that land, but that is obviously outside the remit of this plan.
But physically, there's a place where you can see.
There is, yeah. There's
And just finally, this is related to the supporting text, paragraph 11.356. There is sorry, no, that wasn't the one that I wanted. Yes, it was. Sorry, the final sentence there does relate to a safe crossing of the A49 Warrington Road needing to be provided. Now, it's not referred to in Appendix D, and it seems to me like it's a policy. It's a policy requirement. It says will need to be provided. It's that final sentence.
It's part, as I understand, that's part of the signalisation of the interchange, which is the first item, the Bryn interchange, which is the first item on the necessary list in Appendix D.
Okay, it might be helpful if that's clarified then, because it just seemed to be a strange leftover well, not leftover sentence, but it did seem to be a specific requirement. Okay, so it does relate to that first one on the necessary list. Sorry, just bear with me whilst I make a note of that. Okay, I've finished my questions on the transport side of things to the GMC. Councillor Garrido, did you want to raise your points that you have? And if you could just explain why this is an issue for Salford as well, that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I wasn't sure this was the right time to bring it in, but our concern, in fact, in Salford is the fact that although we've talked a lot about the M6, a lot of the traffic from East Lancashire Road travels towards Manchester and then cuts through Chaddock Lane and Mosley Common Road onto Lee Road, which is the A572, to the southbound junction of the M60 at Worsley, which is junction 13. Now, we already suffer significant congestion because of the amount of traffic coming from the Astley-Lee, excuse me, the Astley-Lee-Wigan area. And our concern, in fact, that this congestion will get considerably worse if these developments, which are now under consideration, are allowed to proceed. We're currently, just to add to that, we're currently having to undergo a traffic control trial system in Worsley to try and control the amount of traffic, and this is having some effects on two of the roads leading into that junction, but on the roads leading from Lee, it's having a significantly worse effect. So our concern, in fact, is that there will be a significant increase in traffic coming from the East Lancashire Road through to Worsley, and that will be unacceptable, both in terms of the quality of life of local residents, but also more particularly in terms of the amount of pollution that will cause. I think that covers this in a nutshell. Well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that it's the right place in which to raise that, so thank you. Ask Developments.
So, sorry, I had my card up to go back to something in terms of the transport and bits and the aspect to Wheatley Industrial Estate. As part of the, clearly this is sort of inferred as part of the comprehensive master plan that would need to be provided with the application submission independent, has in fact been embedded with the discussions with the council as part of the pre-application process. It's very much the case that that would be shown in the comprehensive master plan for the reason that it's part of the policy, so it does become part of the planning application process as well.
Thank you. On behalf of Mrs Williams.
My comment's actually a response to Councillor Garrido's comment. Councillor Garrido is actually my local councillor. I'm a resident of Worsley myself, and we agree on much things, but on this particular issue, we don't actually agree. My perspective as a resident of Worsley is that these allocations serve to retain employees in Wigan, and rather than having a borough with outward migration, it's providing local jobs for local people. So I suppose where I would disagree with Councillor Garrido is on the logic of that, is that I don't think allowing these allocations is going to push more traffic into Worsley and central Manchester. I think it will be the converse of that.
Councillor Garrido, I don't want to get into a back and forth, but if you want to make any final points. I understood what was said on behalf of Mrs Williams.
Yeah, thank you. I don't conflict with what he said, apart from the fact that, okay, local people may work within those within that new development, but there are a lot of people servicing that development that will probably come from outside, whether it be delivery vans or lorries or whatever, and they're the ones, in fact, who are causing, significant problems, in terms of the access from the East Lancs to the southbound junction on the M60.
Okay, thank you. Has developments.
Apologies, because you did say you didn't want to get into back and forth. All I'd just draw your attention to is paragraphs 10.82 to 10.87 of the Inspector's report in relation to the call and appeal, which concluded that air quality matters in relation to the development were satisfactorily addressed.
Okay, I understand the points you made, Councillor Garrido and the others. Did the council want to add anything to that at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any final points on transport before I move on to some of the other criterion within the policy? I just need to double check what I've covered. Okay, so we're coming back to criterion number 5, which relates to landscaping within the site. I mean, we've had a bit of a discussion about the boundaries. There's just an additional reference to JPG2, which has been a common adjustment that you've made to all the development criteria policies. So I have no questions about that. Anybody wanted to say anything about landscaping? That's also covers as well criterion 6, which hasn't changed. So that's proposing the green infrastructure corridor. I suppose I just wanted to check where that is intended to go, because in most cases it's quite clear. Is there a particular location that corridor will follow?
Yes, it's envisaged that it would be in between the TriTax scheme and the ASK scheme, so it would connect the A49 to the east, generally along the alignment of the existing bridleway into the Greenbelt land, which is to be retained between the site and Winstonley to the north.
Okay, thank you. And then you have a new criterion which relates to the compensatory improvements. Again, in terms of the topic papers and the land use consultants, were the particular projects suggested?
Yes, the relevant document, so that's Appendix J, 07.01.21 of the 2020 Stage 2 Greenbelt Study, identified various opportunities within 2 kilometres of the site, so there's a list of several things that could be contributed to So, yes, the study, as has been remarked previously, a very comprehensive study has actually flagged up some opportunities in the near vicinity.
And of course, the reason why they're not specifically referred to is because things change over time. There may be other things. And does the permission identify anything in particular?
Yeah, the planning application retains public rights of way and proposes enhancements to paths that will improve opportunities for walking and cycling into the adjoining open countryside. It also guarantees 10% off-site biodiversity net gain at the Wigan Flashes site, which is to the east, which is SBI, Triple SI, which are wetlands, located in the Greenbelt as well.
Thank you. And as you've raised that, I mean, unlike other policies, that there isn't a specific biodiversity policy criteria within this particular policy. Is there any reason for that, and what ecological work was undertaken? It's slightly different, obviously, with the permission, but it's just a query I had.
I don't think there's overly much justification for it, apart from the fact that it's already got planning permission and those measures have already been approved by through calling.
But, ma'am, if you wanted to put on the list that we should have our relatively standard reference to ecology and a cross-reference to our biodiversity net gain policy, that would be absolutely fine, of course.
There are no particular designations. Are there SBIs on site or any particular habitats or priority species that are identified?
There are no designated ecological sites within the boundary.
This was looked at obviously as part of the planning application process as well, and surveys were undertaken, and they revealed that the site's predominantly species-poor agricultural grassland of low nature conservation value. There are a few exceptions, including some little parts of woodland, some hedgerows, etc., some marshy grassland, and the proposed development, this is as part of the application, would retain and incorporate those higher value habitats where possible, so it was considered as part of the application process.
I think given that, ma'am, it probably wouldn't be a surprise to us if on the action list there was a point about ecology and a cross-reference to biodiversity net gain. Yeah.
Okay. I'll have a consideration of that as we have with a lot of the other things. Everything else. Okay. So I've got no further questions around that. We covered number 7. Number 8 is proposed to be deleted, and this has been deleted in most of the policies because it is really covered by the thematic side of things.
Indeed, and it doesn't matter what one says in an allocation, you're not going to be able to override an easement in any event. So.
We've covered 9 already, and number 10 relates to the minerals safeguarding area. I don't need to discuss that any further. I did note, sorry, Barrett, you have your nameplate up. Sorry, I did miss that.
I've just put it up. So, sorry. Okay. It was just a point going back on the ecological enhancements criteria potentially being added. I think it's potentially helpful to also note what is said in the enhancement opportunities document on the Greenbelt. That's Appendix J of that document. It does show a potential contiguous habitat network running all the way along the south of the settlement of Winstanley, past the southern part of Wheatley Industrial Estate, and then continuing up Hawkley Brook. I think that document was prepared around about the same time as the called-in appeal for the employment development, but I think nevertheless it is helpful because it does identify that opportunity there for the habitat network.
Okay, thank you. And Ask Development.
Thanks. It was just going back to the mineral safeguarding piece. In the supporting text, it confirms that the allocation is wholly within a mineral safeguarding area for brick, clay and surface coal. There's just a slight... so in the Greater Manchester Joint Minerals Development Plan, not all of the allocation appears to be within the brick clay area, albeit on the Wigan GIS plan, it does all appear to be. And I think it would just, I think the supporting text would just benefit from a position, but that was which effectively said something along the lines of to refer to the fact that it would be the areas within the allocation that are within the mineral safeguarding area, because I don't think we have a clear position yet as to which is the right plan, effectively.
Yes, GMCA, did you want to comment on that?
Yes, just to reiterate, that's the position we're aware of. Our GIS does show that the whole site is within a MSA for brick clay. However, Mr. Sobich has sent me a map from the minerals plan which shows that the brick clay only covers, I don't know, half to 2/3 of the allocation. So there is perhaps some further investigation to see what the actual figure is, which we can do after this hearing session, if that's possible.
Okay, then that might result in an action point of some sort. We'll have a think about how best to address that if it does need addressing.
Remove the word wholly from 11.358 would do the trick. I mean, it's a one-word change. I'll strike my pen through it now, ma'am.
And did you want to respond on the ecology point made by Barrett at all?
No, it's in the study, ma'am, so that's fine.
Okay.
It shows how the 10% biodiversity net gain could be achieved.
Okay, thank you. Then that covers the development requirements. I intend to move on from that now and move on to viability. Just briefly, obviously, this site is slightly different because of the permission, and it's a Category 1 site, isn't it? So.
It's a Category 1 site in the base model, so we haven't had to do any adjustments to it. So Category 1, which is, in the flyers, if you like, and obviously there's a consent for most of the site with a promoter, and the remaining part of the allocation is being actively promoted, as we've heard. So there's a paperwork assessment which shows it's a good site in viability terms, and there's a real-world assessment where people are keen to bring the land forward.
Okay, and in terms of the Junction 25 improvements, if that was report, I take it that isn't, because it's only safeguarding the land. Then the costs aren't going to be applied to this development. That would be funding would be found elsewhere from that.
That's a public funding point, yes, that's right. So we're not laying the cost of that on the allocation. They've got enough on their plate with Junction 24 facilitating that, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions on this site, but did anybody want to make any final points? I just, Mr. Grundy, if you can hear me, whether you wanted to say anything in relation to this site before we move on. Okay.
Is that the Junction 24 site you're referring to, Mark?
Yeah, Junction 25, yes. Yeah, the site for employment development. Did you want to say anything in relation to that?
No, I was one of the, along with the MP for Makerfield, I was the person who called it into the Secretary of State. So I feel I've had my say on that one. But thank you for the offer, Mark.
Okay, thank you. I take it then your main interest lies with the other site, which we'll be covering shortly.
Yes, Mosley, north of Mosley.
The Mosley Common site. Okay, thank you. In that case, then we have finished slightly earlier than normal. So I think what we'll do is we will take a 20-minute break, and return at 11 o'clock to go through JPA 35 north of Mosley Common. Okay, thank you. Councillor Garrido, yes.
Can I just seek some guidance, Madam? On the 15th of February, I gave evidence concerning the sites at Lee Road, Boostown, and I gave evidence to say that there were no school vacancies at the Boostown Primary School, and that was disputed by the Council for Peel. I have since obtained all the figures from the Head of Children's Services at Salford Council, which actually confirmed what I said, that in fact there are 0 vacancies in both the reception years 1, 2 and 3 at Boostown Methodist School and at Boostown Primary School, St Andrews. There are 0 vacancies in reception years 1, 2 and 3.
Okay, thank you. We do have Mr Lee here who obviously dealt with that site. He will just say something and then we'll
Yeah, thank you. You may or may not have read it. We've issued action points for those sites. And one of the action points, I think I'm right in saying, was to actually, because of the dispute that had taken place, I asked GMCA to provide me with the most up-to-date figures they have as part of their response. So I'm expecting, presumably, maybe the same figures, but I think, we've tried to, I will have those figures through their action points. So I think best to leave it until that, really, because that's on the basis of that action point.
Thank you for that, sir. I do have those figures on email, and I'm quite happy to email those.
Well, let's obviously wait and see what GMCA provide first, okay. and I'll look at those, and then see if as with everything, if I find there's anything more I need, then I'll ask for it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. In that case, then we will take the break now and return at 11 o'clock. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll now resume, and we are now discussing JPA 35 north of Mosley Common. I think just before the GMCA do their introduction, and I'm just wondering where Mr. Grundy is. Hopefully he will come back and join the discussion. Before the GMCA do their introduction, I think it would be helpful if there was some clarity over the peat question in relation to this site. I understand that none of the other sites particularly are affected. I do understand that Wigan don't think it's within the site, but there was reference to it in the Peel master plan. So it would be helpful if there was I don't know, perhaps a statement of common ground might be the best way of dealing with that, and what the situation with peat is on that site. Mr. Brown, before the GMCA responds, you've got a question.
I checked the master plan, and actually I couldn't find the map that I'd seen in the master plan, so it may very well not be in that document, but there's definitely a map which was prepared by Peel, which at some point states that they believed peat to be in the northwest of the site. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Peel.
Yes, so procedurally, we agree that probably would be the best way forward. There are a number of documents here, and it is one of those matters that just requires quite a fine, detailed approach to what's been done and when. In effect, what Mr. Brown's referring to is a reference on the master plan document to possible peat deposit, and that's in the Brook corridor in the southern part of the site. So that word possible is important. That refers essentially, the reason for that was a document produced in ELK in 2017 as part of ground investigation. And so that's why it has been hatched or sort of cross-hatched in that particular area. Now, it's important just to understand two things. The first is technical environmental, which Ms. Krellis from TEP can refer to about the nature of that peat and whether it can be restored. But the second and vital thing to understand is that that's not an area that's intended to be developed as part of the adopted master plan, as the agreed master plan with the council. So if I could just refer in outline, I appreciate this is all going to be dealt with in our statement of common ground, which we'll draft alongside the council. But if Mrs. Krellis could just confirm this point about why any shallow deposits of peat, if they were to be found in that area, would not essentially be capable of being restored.
Thank you.
Hello, Lindsay Crellin, TEP, on behalf of Peel LNP. Yes, just as James said, it's never been confirmed that there's any peat in the Honksford Brook corridor. It was a desk-based assessment that originally suggested that there might be, but that's never been proved. If it's there, it's likely to be shallow deposits, as it's never been identified on any deep peat deposits map. And if it is there, it wouldn't be, the key thing is it wouldn't be restorable to functional mossland because it's drained by Honksford Brook, so it would be major engineering works to make that anywhere near a functional sort of area of mossland habitat, and plus it's a small corridor as well. So, and as well as that, it's being retained within semi-natural blue-green corridor. The whole of Honksford Brook is within the submitted master plan, and so that'll be retained and enhanced at any rate. So.
Okay, thank you for that information. Peel, did you want to say anything further? Mr. Corbett-Birchie, sorry, your microphone's still on, so. Okay, thank you. So, GMCA, did you want to respond to those points?
No, we'll work on a statement of common ground, ma'am. We're certainly not aware of peat being an issue in relation to the allocation.
Okay, thank you. It doesn't have to be a long statement of common ground. I think the points have been made here, but it would be helpful in that respect. Mr. Brown, do you have any further points to make in respect of that? Okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry for breaking the pattern, so to speak, but I just would like to cover that. I see, Mr. Grundy, you are with us for this session, and I just wondered, as this is the site that you are interested in, whether you would like to keep your camera on for the discussion, and then If you've got any points you wanted to make, then do so, or did you want to make a statement in relation to the site?
I'd like to make a statement, ma'am, but I'd prefer to do so after others have done so, because there may be some points I wish to incorporate in my own statement, if that makes sense.
Okay, I think the only issue with that is that the way that we've been running the site allocations sessions is that we let the GMCA have the final word and sum up their position. Obviously, it's their plan. So I'm just trying to figure out how that would fit in best with the process. Mr. Kapkowski.
I suspect Mr. Brown wants to say something. So if Greater Manchester is to speak last, I suspect Andy, on behalf of the residents, may want to speak first. I would be quite happy to speak in the middle, with your permission.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. We'll just see how it goes. Are you happy to keep your camera on for this session then? Because I think that will help with the interaction as to when you might want to make a particular point. Would that be okay with you for this?
Yes, I'm perfectly happy to.
Okay, thank you. In that case then, GMCA, would you like to do your context setting and introduction, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, so the allocation is in the plan, as you know, for 1,100 new homes. Proposed allocation. The allocation met site selection criteria 1 and 6. 1 in relation to public transport accessibility. The Lee guided busway runs through the site. The proposed allocation, which provides direct links to Manchester, Lee, other locations. There are 2 existing bus stops within close proximity. That's criteria number 1. Criteria number 6, the opportunities for further investment. And as you know, it is envisaged that there should be an additional guided busway stop within the allocation itself. The proposal meets our spatial strategy in that it would be seen as boosting the competitiveness of the northern areas, helping to diversify the housing offer. The majority of the site is in the ownership of Peel, who have now submitted a planning application for most of the homes which are in the proposed allocation. The remaining part of the site, so that's to the south of the busway, part of that is in the control of Bellway Homes, and they've also submitted a planning application for the part of the site which is within their control. If you add up the figures in the 2 applications, it comes to a tad over the 1,100. It comes to 1,155. But those are planning applications, so I just mention them so you can see how actively the site is being promoted. The site obviously would involve the removal of land from the green belt if the plan is made and the allocation is in the plan, and the allocation itself in our green belt study work was split was in 3 sub areas. So the northeastern parcel was seen overall as the removal of that from the green belt was seen overall as potentially causing a high degree of harm to the green belt and its purposes. The northwestern parcel were moderate to high, and the southern parcel low to moderate. So that's the way the assessment is done. So ranging from high through moderate high to low moderate, depending upon which part of the allocation one is assessing. So that obviously is fed into the overall equation. There are various issues in relation to the site. Obviously, as with all sites, no site is free of anything that one needs to think about. But we are of the opinion that all such matters can be satisfactorily addressed through the allocation criteria. And so, in our overall judgment call, we see this as a strong case for allocation. That there are exceptional circumstances here to remove the land from the green belt and to allocate it as proposed. That's a very brief summary.
Okay, thank you. Mr Brown, I see you've got your nameplate up.
Just a small point. I'm sure Mr Katkowski misspoke then when he said that criterion 1 was about accessibility of public transport. It's of course not. It's about whether or not the land is well served by public transport. And just to bear that in mind as we go through. So I won't get into it now, but I mean it's important. It's not about accessibility. It's well served.
I do note it that that's a point that you have made consistently in your representation. So I think if we come to, I mean, Mr Katkowski might want to reply to that or not, but if we deal with that when we come to the transport development requirements, any matters related to that, then that would be helpful there.
Thank you. It's not. Thank you for the putting me up, and it's not a misspeaking on my part. It's just a summary of the points. Forgive me. This is a penultimate day of dealing with allocation, so I do apologise, but it's a summary on my part. Yes, the guided busway runs right through the site, so that's a very good start. There's a railway station within 2 kilometres of the northeastern part of the site, and a number of bus routes in addition to the guided services. So we see this as meeting criterion number 1.
Okay, thank you. As I did with the previous site, what I'll do is I'll ask my questions in relation to the Greenbelt side of things. So if anybody's got any points that they wish to make once I've finished asking my questions, then please raise those there. I know that a couple of the attendees did raise points in relation to the Greenbelt. So with this site, there have been a number of concerns raised about the potential merging of a number of locations around this site. So, for example, Walkden, Little Holton, Mosley Common, Tildesley and Ellenbrook. I do notice that that was an issue that was picked up actually in the assessment of harm, was the strong role in preventing neighbouring towns from merging. Did you want to say anything in relation to that?
Well, you'll know from the study work that was carried out in relation to criterion number 2 purpose number 2 for the Greenbelt, which is this merger point, that the northeastern parcel was seen as, the degree of harm to that was seen as relatively significant. The northwestern parcel, the degree of harm to that was seen as moderate, and the southern parcel, the degree of harm in relation to merger was seen as relatively limited, to use the language of the study. So again, it's one of those points which varies depending upon, because this site is of a scale that the assessment split it into 3 parcels. One needs to bear that in mind. But certainly, the study certainly flags up as a fairly significant issue, that point about merger. So that's fed into the overall weighing scales, obviously.
Okay, thank you. This sort of links, I suppose, to the landscaping and boundary issues in relation to the land to the north. I think from GMCA's point of view, you referred to the need for robust landscaping in the northeast, potentially to mitigate the harm. Can you just explain a bit more about that?
It's to the north particularly, but yes, I'll look to my left.
Yeah, we've got criterion 10 in the policy addressing that point directly. We are, aware that the boundaries to the north of the site, particularly the bit to the north, the western part of the northern boundary, has undefined in some part boundaries. The land to the north, the eastern half, has got better boundaries because there's a existing footpath which it follows in the main, but it is those boundaries are relatively weak to the north and go through open fields. Hence the need for that policy criterion, which would seek the development to provide those new boundaries through landscaping features and so forth.
So there's nothing on the ground at all then in that particular portion?
It's largely going through open fields from Mort Lane through to probably about 2/5 of the way across the northern boundary.
Okay, thank you. I've got no further questions. We'll come on to compensatory improvements as we did last time when we come to the site criteria. Mr. Brown, did you want to say anything? I do know you raised a number of points in relation to the Greenbelt.
Yeah, so are we on to question 24.8, Greenbelt purposes? Is now the time to speak about that?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
So, you know, the point's been made that 3 of those 4 Greenbelt purposes are assessed by the LUC report from 2016. The site's been making a strong contribution to them. We in the area find it very odd that the site's been selected when alternative sites, specifically the Harworth Group's land at Wigan Road, New Springs, was not selected. That site had better transport links and made a lower contribution to Greenbelt purposes overall, and it also fulfilled criterion 4, being close to an urban centre. There's also a couple of brownfield sites in the area which have been overlooked. On Salford's register, it's HBEL/015 and 004. These sites are directly adjacent to the East Lancs and they're amongst existing residential areas. So we in the area find it very odd that you would select a Greenbelt site for development when brownfield sites exist less than 100 metres away from that Greenbelt site. That could fulfil very similar purposes, which kind of contravenes MPPF paragraph 138E, which is to say that, you know, Greenbelt should encourage the recycling of derelict land. You know, it kind of almost like seems to us like a bit of a perverse joke, really, that a developer walks into a village and sees 2 parcels of land and one's Greenbelt and one's brownfield, and then he says we want to build on the Greenbelt land, and then one of the top planning barristers in the country attends a public inquiry to say yes, we should build on the Greenbelt land and not on the brownfield. So it would almost be a hilarious planning joke if it wasn't the reality we find ourselves in today. Of course, the real joke, of course, is that if the Greenbelt gets released, the developers will build on both sites, brownfield and Greenbelt. So that's just the point that we wanted to make about the strong contribution to Greenbelt purposes and the availability of alternative sites that were both put forward and not put forward.
I just wanted to check for purposes of clarification too, the 2 brownfield sites, they are within the Wigan area, not because of the boundary with the border with Salford's very close, isn't it? So.
The site is the boundary with Salford. It forms the boundary with Salford. So Mosley areas of Mosley Common and the adjoining Ellenbrook. The boundary runs, you know, straight through there. So as part of the duty to cooperate, we would have expected those sites to be looked at, you know, cross-border and not just from within a particular local authority. And one of them actually is owned by Wigan Council. One of the sites that I refer to, although it's in Salford, it's owned by Wigan Council. It's the former Homely site.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Grundy, did you want to say anything at this point, or are you content?
No, I think I'm happy to give my statement now with your permission, ma'am.
Yep. Yes, of course. Yeah, very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. The North of Mosley Common site, which has been referred to before by a number of people present today, with 1,100 houses, is, I think, certainly the most objected to site within Wigan Borough, within Places for Everyone. I think, and I'm sure Andy will correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps the most objected to site across Greater Manchester within this spatial strategy. And I must say, it is slightly frustrating to hear sort of like outstanding questions as to whether there is peat on the site, because my first experience of this site was back in 2010 when it was proposed to be in the then core strategy, which was adopted almost 10 years ago to the day by a previous inspector for what was then the core strategy, and it, of course, then it carried on. So basically, it was then proposed to be part of in the first draft of the Greater Manchester Spatial Framework, as was, and now in Places for Everyone. So this site has been knocking around for 13 years. So I am slightly frustrated that we're at this point. We're saying, well, there might be Peter, there might be this and that. I think that really we're at the stage where these things should have been established long ago, given that this site has a 13-year history of being proposed. And certainly there has been, as Andy has said, a considerable amount of public concern about the site. And those are, with regard to, obviously, the loss of Greenbelt itself. which has become a sort of a very sort of heated political issue over the past few years. And certainly people, as we see further urbanisation of the area, and my constituency is a county constituency, not a borough one, which may surprise some people, but this is a significant rural aspect of the scene. People wish to see that preserved. Certainly there's been a very large amount of development around the eastern end of Astley and now the eastern end of Tyldesley over the past decade, and it has caused a great deal of public concern. Mainly, I think, because, and Councillor Garrido has alluded to this as well as Andy, in terms of both the road network and public transport. I think the area is not particularly well served by public transport, and the residents of Malt Lane and the surrounding communities have seen a great deal of congestion, to the point that up until recently it was proposed that that area be part of the Greater Manchester Wide Clean Air Zone. Whilst that is no longer the case, and the fact that it was considered shows the kind of problems that Councillor Garrido has alluded to. There are also problems, I think, when you see the large amount of development that has taken place in the surrounding area, whether at Codlehurst Lane or Garrett Hall, or indeed this site at the North Mosley Common. The concern about the lack of school places, and once again, I think Councillor Garrido alluded to this while speaking earlier on. I think that with such a large amount of development, you would expect land to be set aside for a new primary school, because we've seen. I think there was something like 600 at Garrett Hall that were built, and 200 at Codlehurst Lane. So now you've got this significant contribution at North Mosley Common. So we're getting on for basically 2,000 new houses in the same area. And roughly speaking, as a councillor, each ward contains about 5,000 houses. So so you're talking about 40% of an electoral ward being built in the same area. So there is a concomitant pressure on things like school places, as well as things like the pressure that will be coming forward on things like GP surgeries, which is something that I've been written to on recently by a number of local residents, and obviously dentists. You've got I've mentioned schools, so there are a range of pressures on local services being caused by this significant increase in housing, and Astley itself has no town centre, as it were. In many ways, Tyldesley serves as the town centre for Astley and Mosley Common, and there's certainly a limit on what can be fitted in on existing sites, and I am concerned that not enough, I think, has been set aside for these facilities that local residents would be expected to use. I think that the point made about brownfield is one that has been made numerous times over the past 13 years. There are a number of derelict sites, not just the ones that Mr. Brown has mentioned, but also within Lee Town Centre, like the old college building that have been lying derelict for a very long period of time, and I think should be brought forward. In fact, I'm sorry the CPRE aren't here today, because I think they put forward some figures that showed that actually, if we squeeze brownfield sites more considerably, we could get away without using any greenbelt allocation at all. And I think there's merit in examining that case. I'm also concerned with regards to the site density. I know that it's certainly proposed that the affordable housing on site be, and due credit, I would like to say, I'll give due credit to Peel for meeting with me to discuss my concerns over this site, and I've raised this with them. The concerns over things like the maisonette flats on site. So obviously these are going to be for poorer residents that would be expected to move into these. And I think the issues with that are you're putting people on the outskirts of town without great access to public transport, when actually the correct place for such housing is actually within the town centre, close to the shops and basically access to jobs and other public transport to get about, as well as other local services. So I think in terms of I think that effectively when it comes to loss of green belt, site density, the location of the site, as well as the lack of supporting services in the areas I've mentioned, that if this site did go ahead, and I've been very clear that I think as a Greenbelt site it should be preserved, then in terms of the numbers, I think it's far too many. I think we will see significant issues around this site if it goes ahead in its current form. And certainly the local residents have continuously expressed over the 13 years I've been aware of this site, formerly as a local councillor, not for this wall, I hasten to add, but the residents have consistently opposed vociferously the use of this site, this proposed purpose. And I think I've covered all the main beats I wanted to cover there. I think I'm happy to bring my contribution to a close. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Grundy. Are you intending to stay and listen to the rest of the discussion?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you. If you have any further points that you wish to raise when it comes to the appropriate time, if you can just raise your hand physically if you like to, or the little yellow hand, then please do so. But thank you for your contribution. I do see that Mr. Brown and Mr. Woodward, you put your signs up. If it's related to a specific subject like transport or education provision, we will be coming on to those later. So are these general points that you wanted to make?
Just because we'd covered 24.8 and I just wondered if we could cover 24.9 around the boundaries, because that was just discussed by, is that okay? Yeah.
Yes, that's fine if you wish to raise those now.
Yes, so as mentioned, as GMCA mentioned, the boundaries to the north of the site are non-existent. And this is an issue actually because both at the GMSF consultation and at the Places for Everyone consultation, Turley, on behalf of Peel, repeatedly stated that they believed the full extent of the Greenbelt parcel should be delivered, including part to the north of the site. So it's clear that if we build houses on this site with no defensible boundary, that the remainder of the Greenbelt site will be in the firing line within short order. An amendment could be made to the plan to remove those houses to the northwest of the site that butt up against the non-defensible boundary, so that's a concern because Peel have repeatedly said they want to build a further 700 houses on the land north of the site, and then that would also link Ellenbrook, Mosley Common, Tildesley to Little Hulton as well. So I think we should bear that in mind. They've made their intent quite clear on that, really. And that's all I have to say about the boundaries for now.
Okay, can I just clarify where you're talking about in relation to the to parts of the site not including or the housing being removed? I don't know whether you can see.
Yeah, I see that. So to the top left there, yes, where you're pointing there.
That one
no,
there.
Sorry, to your. If you turn it around and. It would be your top right, I guess. Yeah, there we go. So that's where there's no boundary on the map. Essentially, it is just fields. And north of that parcel of land is the remainder of Greenbelt parcel WG80, which was, yes, exactly. So that's the parcel of land that Peel and Turley have repeatedly lobbied that should also be released as part of that. So the point of the point from the residents would be that if you build up to a non-defensible boundary with the developer having given clear intent that they wish to develop, then we'll see that disappearing soon, and then you just have this further creeping erosion of the Greenbelt. If you withdrew that parcel back to naturally defensible boundaries such as highways or streams or the guided busway, then you could mitigate that concern.
Okay. Thank you. I understand the point that you've made. Mr. Woodward, was it a similar point you wanted to make?
No, I think that, yes, it is. It's just a general, and I was sat here on the 2nd of November, and actually with regards to Wigan in breach of the Statement of Community Involvement, which obviously clearly states with regards to including and contacting, and it seems that as a resident, and I'm speaking as a resident on behalf of over 5,000. That's 5,000 objections to this site, which Wigan are only acknowledging 3,000, just over 3,000, because when you see the bottom right-hand side of the plan, then that actual line is the boundary. That is the Wigan and Salford boundary. Now, I live approximately less than 300 yards from there, and it's the arrogance of Peel and Bellway, then they have not, and Wigan Council have not actually consulted anybody with regards to the Salford and with regards to the implication of their actions, other than dropping that through the door.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I do. I was at that session as well, so I do know that was a point that you made quite clearly at that time. So that was noted and understood. Councillor Gredio, your nameplate's up as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Just some brief points about the merging of areas. And Mr Brown made the point about the brownfield site next to the Greenbelt site, which is being proposed for development. But he also referred, in fact, to a brownfield site which is actually within the Salford boundary on Mosley Common Road, which is the ex-children's home. Now, that brownfield site has been empty for well over 10 years, probably getting on for 15 years. And our view would be that if they've not been able to find a use for additional houses to be built there on the brownfield site, how on earth do they think they should be building on greenfield sites when they've got these available and not use them? You did say, in fact, that I do think it's very important. I mean, the whole idea of greenbelt sites is to have a separation between conurbations. And I think what we're ending up with here, if we're not careful, is a complete development across conurbations between Wigan and Salford. I don't think that's helpful. I don't think it improves the quality of life of local people. I don't know whether you want to deal with this now, but reference was made to the Lee-guided busway providing suitable. So you did mention
we will be coming back onto that, yeah, because there are specific development criteria in relation to that. So if you can hold your comments on that, I'll just remind me that was the point that you wanted to say something in relation to that. Thank you. Peel.
Thank you very much, Ma'am. So 2 points of principle at this stage. First of all, we don't consider this examination. The question of further Greenbelt release is a matter that's before you. And practically, the second point, the issue does not arise because of the advanced stage of the application. It's been submitted, and that there is a design code that has looked at this issue. And if I just hand over this point to Mr Diggle, who can explain what's been done on this specific issue in the northwest corner of the site.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, just want to expand that a bit further. So, my understanding is the Greenbelt boundary is made up of a number of natural features. So that's watercourses, hedgerows, corpse woodland, and actually man-made features. You know, road infrastructure, built development, and field boundary fencing. In respect of addressing the actual policy, a couple of main points to note, Ma'am, is the master plan document, which has been approved by the council, makes a firm commitment to deliver a strong, robust boundary, a greenbelt boundary in that location of the allocation. And where is that tested and explored in a bit more? Where it's contained within the planning application, which has been submitted to the council. That commitment runs through the design and access statement and also the design code, and is further supplemented by a detailed piece of work in the landscape strategy, which is also submitted with the application, which goes into detail about the extent of that boundary and the rigour and the robustness of that boundary in terms of design, ma'am.
Thank you. So looking at the site visit map, I mean, that's obviously what they would produce for. That shows a block of land. It's just it's called an indicative development parcel. I think obviously that shows it going right up to the boundary, but that's not. So you're saying that's not what is happening in practice.
That part of the site is actually, it's a hybrid planning application, Mark, that's been submitted, and that is the first phase. So that is in detail. That's what's called the Twire, and that's been delivered by Northstone Peel's house building arm. And so there's actually details contained within the application of actually what that robust boundary looks like.
Okay, thank you.
To follow up just quickly on that, so that there is an agreed master plan, it's obviously referred to later on in Criterion 1, and there's obviously a wealth of application material. Now, we don't consider obviously that we want to be putting in all the application material before you. That's for a different decision maker. But the issues are obviously actively be looked at in that context. If you wanted to have a copy of the master plan, we could provide that to you. But as I say, it's a fairly extensive document, and I say it is looked at all these issues, and obviously Mr. Brown has seen that. So I think with respect, what's been described, this idea that somehow that there's an issue in that northwestern corner just doesn't reflect the fact of the master plan and what's been agreed and the principles in that. Can I just say briefly at this point as well, there's been 3 points we noted in Mr. Grundy, MP's statement, which we probably think best to return to in due course in different stages of the criteria. Schools, or school provision, accessibility to local employment, and this point about the development of the site. We wish to make some points about the public open space. And yes, and we'd also probably need to return to health as well, but perhaps best we deal with those under the specific criteria. But we obviously, we would oppose some of the things that have been said there, that it's not an accurate description of what's actually been provided for, including obviously the application.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I understand that, and I've got questions around some of those subjects anyway, so we'll pick those up as we come to the criteria. There were a number of points made there. I suppose the first one is just checking whether the master plan does actually form part of the evidence base. Just want to be clear about that.
I must admit I'd assumed it was in. I'm just looking for it now in the list of documents, but I thought it was, but it's not right.
I think it is, but I'll triple check.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Double check would do, I think. If you find it once, that's good enough.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brown, did you want to say anything before I asked GMCA to respond?
It's just a small point about the master plan. So Peel mentioned that the master plan was approved by Wigan Council. It's probably important to note the controversial nature of that. So actually initially it was rejected. It was called in and rejected by Wigan Council by a committee, and then it was subsequently the committee was overruled because Wigan Council's processes allow one individual to overrule the views of a committee, the committee having spoken to local residents. So it's important to note that although the master plan has been signed off by Wigan Council according to their processes, the nature in which it was done is highly controversial, and it shows that residents have been making representations about this, and that a committee of elected ward members actually rejected it.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I understand the point that's been made. Obviously, the Wigan processes aren't before me. I've made a note of that. Mr. Woodward, was yours a similar point? If so, you don't need to make it.
Well, I was actually at that meeting as well when it was. So.
Okay, yeah, I get the point that Mr. Brown is making in terms of the committee. GMCA, a number of points there to respond to.
Thank you, ma'am. The master plan is not in the examination library, ma'am. No. So we'll leave it to you as to whether or not you wish to have sight of it or not. It's entirely for you, of course. But there is through the process there is an approved master plan. So you might or might not think that relevant. We'll leave it to you to come back to us on that, ma'am. So yes, there were a few points raised. A number of them relate to the criteria that we're going to come to, for example, education. So I'll won't talk about them now. We'll talk about them when we look at the criteria. Most of the other points, to be quite frank, leaving aside the boundary, which I'll come back to, most of the other points relate to either our spatial strategy and or our site selection criteria and or this point about have we exhausted and looked properly at the supply of brownfield sites. Now, all of those matters were discussed in the earlier sessions, understandably in the earlier sessions of these of the examination hearings, and you'll understand that we have a spatial strategy which we regard as appropriate. You'll understand that we have site selection criteria which we regard as appropriate. You'll understand that we consider we've looked and complied with legal and policy requirements and alternatives. You'll understand that we have made a case for Greenbelt release, having looked at all other potential sources of supply, and you'll understand the nature of our case, and you will report to us in due course as to whether you accept any or all of those points. If you do, then that leads us to the allocations, the proposed allocations, and if you don't, obviously we won't get to the allocations in the first place. So I'm not going to reiterate or repeat those points. I mean, it's a theme of, and I understand why it's done, but it's a theme of these sessions that whenever a Greenbelt release is discussed, it's said against it, well, there are brownfield sites that either should have been looked at and haven't been, we disagree, or that there are other ways of addressing the needs. All of those subjects you have our case on from the earlier part of the examination hearing. Similarly, in relation to the statement of community involvement and engagement involvement, that was discussed relatively very early on in the hearing sessions. Seems like quite a time ago now. So, ma'am, I don't really have anything particular to raise. I just wanted to mention in relation to the boundary, it's a point that has been raised in relation to a number of the other allocations. I understand the concern that if a boundary isn't clearly defined, then there is pressure on other Greenbelt land. I fully understand that point. We've made the point to you and your colleagues that where there is, as there is on our part, a perceived need to take Greenbelt land for development, in the main, we've tried to find a clear boundary for the new Greenbelt that would arise from that. But what we haven't done in all cases is just to march to the nearest strong boundary, be it a road or whatever it might be, because in many cases that would, and this is a good example, that would involve taking considerably more land out of the Greenbelt than is needed to address the needs that this plan seeks to cater for. And so in those instances, and here the northwestern part of the boundary is one of those. In those instances, we have a criterion in the allocation policy to ensure there's a strong boundary put in place to deal with that. I understand Mr. Brown's point was, well, why not take a clear, strong boundary to the south of the parcel that he expressed particular concern about. Yes, the difficulty of that, of course, is it would significantly reduce the extent of the allocation in terms of numbers. And you have our case that we need the land for the numbers. You'll tell us in due course whether you agree with that or not.
Okay, thank you. As I said earlier, we will be discussing compensatory improvements in relation to that. Mr. Brown, you've still got your sign up.
Yeah, apologies. Just when the site selection criteria was discussed earlier on in the examination, the point was made that we don't want to get into discussing which site could have been better than that site. And the comment was made that I'm sure we will get onto those discussions in the site allocation hearings. And now we're in the site allocation hearing. And because we're trying to assess whether or not this plan is legally compliant and sound, we're making the point that there are brownfield parcels close to, I know I'm not going to labour the point again, but the point is, if this is not the appropriate place to bring that up, then when is really? And the fact that it's cross-border raises, a question. And also, I believe one of the parcels of land that I referred to, whilst it's on the, I can't think of the mnemonic, one of the, like a schla, but similar to that for Salford, it's on there, but it's not on the brownfield register. So we have these parcels of land that are there, they're available, they're known about, they're listed in some areas and not in others. And I think if now is not the appropriate time to point out that land, I mean, one of the parcels of land is literally crossing the road, then, if it's not appropriate to point out that land, which is conveniently not being progressed by a developer at the moment, but may very well pop up once the Greenbelt's been released, call me a cynic for suggesting that. I think it's an important time to bring that up, really. We live in that area, we look at land, we see the Greenbelt land, we see the brownfield land, we'd like to see that land developed, and that's why we think this is the appropriate time to bring it up, because when it was mentioned beforehand, we were told that wasn't the appropriate time, so...
I don't know what the gentleman...
Okay, thank you.
Not by me, ma'am. I'm certainly never been part of my case that we would return to these sorts of points at the allocations. I don't know whether the gentleman has in mind something that you or one of your colleagues might have said, but we've made our case in relation to the process that we followed, and you'll report to us on that in due course.
Yes, thank you. I mean, again, Mr. Brown, I understand the points you've made. Obviously, GMC have said their response, but I've also noted what you have raised in terms of other sites being available potentially. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions in relation to the Greenbelt. Any points anybody wanted to make specifically? GMC, where you looked as if you might want to.
think what's happening is that we're about to rise to the debate about alternative brownfield sites and so on, but I mean, I would resist the temptation, frankly.
Okay, thank you, noted. Okay, then we'll come on to a question. I'll number the questions because, Mr. Brown, I think that's the way you're working through that. So 24.11, which relates to the whether that's that's the right number, but it relates to whether the Mosley Common is suitably located. We've already discussed, GMCA raised about the criterion 1 and criterion 6, and I think we might be best talking about that when we come on to the site requirements. But were there any points you wanted to make, Mr. Brown, in relation to the location?
Just that we seem to have skipped past 24.10. Did we say we were going to talk about compensatory later on? Okay, fine.
Yeah, because I did note the point that you made about the distance to travel to the Greenbelt. So, but if you want to make that point, you can do now.
It's just a very small point, yes, the distance, but also we don't see any compensatory improvements in the remaining Greenbelt parcel, just access to it. That's the simple point on 24.10. But I may have missed that. I've not seen it in any of the publications. You know.
Okay, thank you. Well, there is a new criteria that relates to compensatory improvements, so that you can raise any concerns that you have with that there. Unless anybody's got any particular objection, I think as we're probably best off moving on to the kind of transport issues under the development criteria, if parties are happy with that. Okay, thank you. So we will then move on to that, and on that basis I'm going to be referring to the document that was produced by GMCA last week. So that looks at the development requirements. So I'll try and take them in subject order. I'll deal with criteria 1 first. If anybody has any points that they want to raise in relation to that, then please do put your name plate up. So criteria 1 relates to the master plan. There's the addition of the word comprehensive, and some information's been deleted. It would be worth understanding why that has been deleted, relating to site investigations, etc. And then the phasing and delivery strategy. GMCA, did you have any comments you wanted to make?
In relation to deletions, well, where it's seen that there's something which needs particular mention, it's been picked up in a later criterion. So, for example, in relation to biodiversity, we have a new criterion which has been inserted between 8 and 9 later on. So we'll come to it. So, as you know, our view has been on reviewing these policies that if there's something that particularly needs to be mentioned, fine, we'll mention it somewhere in one or other of these criteria. If the point is a truly sort of thematic or generic point, then we rely on our wider policies, which are set out earlier in the plan.
Thank you. And in relation to the master plan, obviously I understand that Peel have submitted a master plan for their element, but there's also another land or developer involved. Is there a comprehensive master plan that covers the site?
Yeah, the master plan includes the whole site allocation, including Bellway's interest.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Just on that point around the Bellway site, so the master plan talks about an appropriate SUD system for drainage, yet the Bellway site is being brought forward ahead of the rest of the sites. It was the planning permission was raised slightly earlier for it, and it actually doesn't take advantage of any SUDS attenuation tanks or anything like that. It pumps water directly into Hunksford Brook. Hunksford Brook, 20 metres down, is a government-listed flooding area. It seems to me like this area of the site, the Bellway site, is actually not well aligned with the rest of the master plan. It should actually wait for the rest of the master plan to come forward and be more linked in with it in terms of drainage, rather than pumping water into a watercourse which floods directly adjacent to the site. It's a real oversight, and I can't believe that anyone's really brought that forward. And then are we moving on to criterion 1 at the moment, or are we just talking about that?
We are on criterion 1.
Criterion 1 I understood was site selection criterion, so previously developed land well served by public transport. Have I got that wrong?
No, sorry. So that was to do with the earlier question, which related to whether the site was suitably located, having regard to the spatial strategy. The site selection criterion for this site both relate to public transport. Yeah. So what I asked was whether everybody was content that we deal with the public transport side of things under the transport development requirements.
Yeah, and that's yet to come, is it?
That's yet to come.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It is sometimes difficult. We've been doing this for a number of weeks now. We've got more into the flow of things. Don't be afraid to just raise your nameplate if you're not quite certain. So yeah, just hold fire and we'll come on to those. Did you want to say anything more? I'll call them parts. I think maybe part 1 of the development requirements. That might help clarify things a little bit. Did you want to say anything more in relation to the master plan?
Just the point there raised, which is, you asked about whether or not Bellway and Peel's, it doesn't seem to be well aligned at all on that regard, so.
Okay, and there isn't any requirement in relation to sustainable drainage, so that, as far as I can see, there is safeguarding land for a flood storage area under criteria, part 9.
Item 9.
Yeah, item, part, number.
That's right. Can we just say a word, though, to clarify about what has permission on the Bellway land and what hasn't got permission?
Yes,
yeah, just in response to Mr. Brown's point about the Bellway permission, just to clarify, the Bellway Phase 1 scheme, which has permission, is outside the site allocation boundary. It's the Bellway Phase 2 scheme, which is within the allocation but doesn't have planning permission, albeit there is a planning application in front of the council currently.
So I get a sense of where that is.
It's to the south of the busway. Can you see the red hatched area on the?
Yeah.
It's the red hatched area is phase 1, which has permission outside the site allocation boundary, and the phase 2 is the parcels immediately to the east, to the west of the Honksford Brook. If that makes sense.
Okay, so
There's two brown indicative
smaller
parcels.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's helpful clarification. Okay, thank you. So we'll move on now then, unless anybody's got any other points on item part number 1. I'll call it part, just so that's easier for me. So part 2 relates to the delivery of 1,100 new homes, and there's been an addition of including affordable housing in accordance with local policy requirements. I think that's been something that has been added in previously. Just to double check though, what are the current requirements?
It's 25% is set in our adopted core strategy.
But the reason that wording is in there is to be flexible should those requirements change, obviously.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Thank you. And this policy actually refers to higher densities close to the existing and new bus stops. Can you just explain why that is in this particular element?
Yeah, it's consistent with policy JPH4 as well, which is the housing density policy in the housing chapter, which relates to higher densities close to Lee-guided busway stops.
Okay, Peel.
I'll just say briefly, we've understood 1 and 2 to operate together, that there is a comprehensive master plan in place which has been approved, and effectively therefore that essentially is what the application has regard to. where it's appropriate to build at higher densities, that's obviously indicated within the outline application. And in those areas where there is lower density, that's for very site-specific reasons, which we don't necessarily need to go into here, but effectively, we don't understand these two to be in opposition. It's the approved master plan which sets the appropriate densities. And that's how we read the as applicable, effectively. It's got to be obviously a site-specific, a location-specific question in each circumstance.
Okay, so the as applicable allows some flexibility should that be required?
Absolutely, but I say we're in a slightly different position because the comprehensive master plan does set out what the appropriate densities are. So we don't understand these two to be in any conflict at all. There's no opposition between them. But to be very clear, the approved master plan sets the appropriate densities currently, and that's what's been provided for in the application.
Ms Brown.
It just seems odd to me that we're here examining the soundness of a plan, and we're being told that a lot of the decisions have been justified and made in a document which you as inspectors aren't privy to because it's not being included as part of the documentation for the site. So it seems a very odd process to me, really, because much of the justification, the special circumstances, has been based around these spatial criteria for better quality, larger houses, and then we're saying that we're going to build a mix of houses, smaller density ones, and that's as dictated by a master plan, which you're not reviewing. It just seems a very odd process to me. I'm sure it's normal, but as a layperson, it seems odd.
Peel, you've got your nameplate up still.
It's not a correct characterisation of the submission at all. There is an approved master plan in place. We're more than happy to put it in if it would assist you. But what that shows is there is higher density adjacent to some of the stations, and in one location there is some lower density being built. That's for very good location-specific reasons, which will be discussed at considerable length with the council. So my point is simply really actually to refer to the as applicable point. That provides flexibility, but critically it's obviously it's being looked at right now, and obviously that's going to be determined by the council in due course as part of the consideration of the current hybrid application.
Okay, thank you. GMCA, did you? I see
Yes.
you're quite eager to say something.
Yeah. Just to concur with Peel, I can confirm that we have had long discussions about this through the preparation of the master plan, as part of the site, as promoting the site through the application, through the PFE proposal as well. And just to add to that, they are proposing some higher density development through the master plan, close to Sale Lane, the existing busway stop at Sale Lane, which is immediately adjacent to the west of the site. And what this site does have, which is a fantastic asset, is the east-west bridleway, which runs parallel to the guided busway, and those higher density developments have direct access onto that, which provides easy access to both existing and future bus stops on that route. So I see access to the busway to be very good along that corridor.
Okay, and I suppose Mr Brown's point was whether the master plan is. Well, I'm not quite sure. I don't really want to summarise this in case I get it wrong, but I suppose your concern is that there are certain things in the policy that aren't necessarily being brought through the master plan. But I have to say this: there may whether. I think Mr Corbett Birch has summarised that the two aren't necessarily in conflict anyway.
The reason we're here at a public inquiry is because local authorities don't have the power to redraw the greenbelt boundaries themselves, much as they would like. And we're here to examine it in a public forum. And yet, a lot of these decisions seem to be being pushed down to the local authority level. And we know that the local authority are firmly wedded to the release of this site. And we know that perhaps maybe there's some groupthink going on where people think this is firmly a great idea. And unfortunately, I don't think we should leave the assessment and the analysis of such things as the density of houses and where they should or shouldn't be built, because it's a key alignment with the spatial criteria, which is used to identify the exceptional circumstances to release this site. So I think this kind of thing should be examined at the public inquiry and not left to the local authority, because that's the reason that we're here. If it was left to them, then we wouldn't be, we're coming here to say to you, please look at these plans that the local authority have made that we know that they're wedded to, and please give them some oversight and governance, because we don't think it's sound. So that's the point that I'm making.
Okay, thank you. I can see Mr. Katkowski's pause, but Mr. Woodward wants to make a point, so I'll let him make that, and then...
I think as a local resident, what clearly coming across, particularly from Peel, from the council, is they are talking amongst themselves and totally overriding, as in a presumption, as I see it as a layperson, that they are already saying that, listen, this is what's actually going ahead. And, with regards to the objections, otherwise, they wouldn't have put the master plan in before the outcome of this Places for Everyone meeting. Okay,
Mr. Katkowski, could you assist, please?
Can I just see that Peel's, I don't know whether that's a legacy Toblerone or not.
It's not. I anticipate probably my points are going to be covered by Mr. Katkowski, I suspect. Right. But we don't accept this characterisation that as the sequence. This is one of the furthest advanced applications, because obviously there is a significant need for housing to be delivered. But to be clear, we consider that the application is consistent, entirely consistent with the policy as it's currently before us with its modifications. And specifically on this master plan point, it has been extensively consulted upon locally through 2 rounds of consultation and all the additional elements of modern day contemporary consultation. And so I would just simply say, there is no difficulty here. There is simply an application which has been submitted, which will be determined in due course by the decision makers at the council. There's an entirely proper sequence being followed.
Thank you. Mr. Katkowski.
Thanks, ma'am. Yes, obviously you're here to examine the plan, and we're having this discussion, I think, around, what was it, part 2, which A has a number in it, B refers to affordable housing, and C refers to higher densities closer to the bus stops as applicable. As has been rightly pointed out to my left, one of our thematic or generic policies already covers this issue of density. So yes, it is right to say you're here examining whether or not this item is sound, this part is sound, and as far as we're concerned it is. There is an approved master plan that's in support or connected with a planning application that's being progressed. Obviously, it's entirely open to, and there's nothing that a local authority can do to stop this happening. It's entirely open to an applicant to put a planning application in during the course of the lengthy progress of a local plan through its journey, through the statutory procedures. The planning application, were it to be determined now, would have to be determined on the basis of very special circumstances, because the land is in the green belt, and so that policy test would apply to it because it's green belt land. If the plan is adopted with this allocation in it, the land would be removed from the green belt, and any future planning application, any application determined after that, would obviously not have to deal with the very special circumstances test, because the land would no longer be green belt. So, I mean, I'm with the gentleman to an extent that you are indeed here, and we're inviting you to consider the soundness of these parts in this policy. And as far as we're concerned, the wording of part number 2 is perfectly appropriate. The fact that there's a master plan and the fact that the master plan is consistent with these items is good to know, but actually the focus should be what on earth is wrong with what's written in part 2. Answer: nothing.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll move on now. Understood the points that have been made by the residents.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah,
I had my hand.
Just to say, the MP's got his hand up, ma'am.
Sorry, yeah, Mr. Grundy.
Thank you, ma'am. It's just a quick question regarding site density in terms of the allocation. This has come up a number of times, and I know the figure of 25% affordable housing, which tends to drive density, because oftentimes developers say, well, we're going to have smaller houses or maisonette flats to sort of fulfill that requirement. But I know it's not an iron requirement. the council has moved away from that on a number of sites where they thought it would be beneficial to that site, either by removing removing the requirement entirely in lieu of a cash payment for the council to provide affordable housing somewhere else, or that they felt that, for example, they might do bungalows instead, which obviously lowers density but provides a specific housing type where that is beneficial to the area. Obviously, given the controversy over this site, I wonder whether or not the council and Peel have investigated a cash payment in lieu of the affordable housing component to reduce site density, and the council could then provide that affordable housing on another site. And I don't want to revisit the brownfield area, the brownfield subject, but I suspect obviously that's one of the places where it could be done.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure I want you to answer that directly, but it would be helpful, I suppose, to if what the current policy says in relation to on or off, whether it's on or off site.
Yeah, the policy requires for schemes of 10 or more houses that's 25% affordable housing on site, subject to viability.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grundy. Did you want to add anything further? Your hand's still up, so.
Yes. The council's representative there kind of implied this was a more iron rule than is my experience is the case. I understand it's not just viability. That this is something that has been moved away from a number of occasions. So it's 25%. But if an argument can be put forward beyond viability, that the council will consider alternatives. I know that has been the case with a number of sites across the borough, certainly within my constituency and relatively recently.
I think, ma'am, you know the answer. You can guess the answer to these. So there's a policy which says what it says: 25% on site. It's always open to a planning applicant to plead a case to say, well, we can do better, if you like, by providing some of it or all of it off-site. That would feature under the heading in planning, speak of a material consideration. So if you want to depart from a planning policy, it's always open to you to argue that there's a case for departing from a planning policy because of material considerations which indicate otherwise. And I don't know off the top of my head, obviously the gentleman to my left will know better than me, but to the extent that there have been material consideration cases accepted in this authority's area in the past, well, that's how it would have worked. But we're here writing a plan, and obviously in a plan you state what the policy is, whatever it might be, and then, at a later stage it might or might not be the case that someone wants to argue for departure from the plan under material considerations, but that's nothing to do with writing the plan. You write the plan to say what you want to achieve, and if someone wants to argue otherwise in future, well, there's nothing we can do to stop them making those arguments, but they're under a different category. They're not under planning policy, they're under material. The colloquial speak is other material considerations, which is a shorthand for material considerations which indicate otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that was useful. I think it does demonstrate that it is not an absolute necessity to release this greenbelt land for the purposes of building this affordable housing, given the flexibility of that particular policy regarding affordable housing. But I'm grateful for the response.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. In that case, then we'll move on from part 2 now to part 3, which relates to transport. And I think it was a bit difficult to keep up with where we were. We'll take each part in turn this time. It's just a little bit easier. So part 3 includes some new wording relating to Appendix D, and there's also been some other changes. Did GMCA want to explain the the context for some of these changes. And I do have a query about the Transport for Greater Manchester reference as well. I know that has been raised.
Right, ma'am. Thank you very much. Let's take them step by step. So, did you want me to do my party piece again about the first sentence of part 3? I think we were all here.
Everybody was here, so
on,
yeah, I
yes.
don't think you need to do that again.
Okay. So we understand the first sentence of part 3 is written to refer to our overarching policy C7 and to an appendix which we propose to add to the plan. And in this case, Appendix D lists various potential highway improvements and other works. And the text then runs on to say in part 3 to say this includes an additional stop on the busway. You'll remember that one of the site selection criteria which applied here, item number 6, was because of the potential to have an additional stop on the busway. So that's written into the policy. And then proportionate contributions to increase passenger capacity on the busway at peak times. We'll come to that last line in a few moments' time. Now, as for what's been crossed out, new improved pedestrian cycle links to existing busway stops, they would come under the Appendix D. They're listed in Appendix D. Pedestrian and cycle connectivity is listed there. And when we come on to the next item, the next part, forgive me, there are points there about pedestrian cycle linkages as well. So in this part then, I think it's all, to be honest, very straightforward. The last few lines though, the last couple of lines, subject to a detailed busway service analysis, would seem to be fair enough. Being undertaken in conjunction with TFGM, whether that needs to be in the policy or whether you could refer to it in the supporting text, it's just explaining what the process is that's envisaged. That's to say that the full detailed busway service analysis is not envisaged as something that, for example, an applicant would do unilaterally and just say, well, here it is. It's seen as being a piece of work that would be undertaken in conjunction with the authority who would claim to know something about the subject as well. So it's simply flagging up that point. I mean, speaking for my own part, I mean, whether that reference was in the supporting text or in the policy doesn't really make much difference, to be quite frank, because it's a process that is going to happen in that way anyway. I mean, were an applicant to say, here's our detailed busway service analysis, would doubtless say, thank you very much indeed. We now want to analyse that with TFGM. So, you know, whether it's a helpful thing to say or not, we'll leave to you, but it doesn't matter whether it's here or in the supporting text.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just check. Well, that was the question I had about that. Just in terms of the busway stop, it's not. I have to say, it's not entirely clear whether it's because you've taken out. I suppose you've still got make provision for in the first part of the sentence. So actually, that's a moot point
yes,
now. I think.
I think the problem, actually, gosh, where's Mr. Tucker when you need him with his grammar and so on? But I think the problem here is the full stop in the third line, because frankly this includes runs on from the first sentence. That's the issue. So whether there should be a semicolon or a comma or...
I just thought it was a long sentence.
You just thought it was a long sentence. There you are. So you've stuck a full stop in the worst possible place. But there you are. It's obviously meant to run on from the first as part of the first sentence. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the need for a busway stop, was that identified in the locality assessment for this site?
Yes, it's listed as a necessary.
Yes, it's listed as guided busway stop is in the list. But also, ma'am, you'll recall the point I made at the outset, and I reiterated a few moments ago, site selection criteria number 6 relates to this potential to have an additional stop. At the moment, as you know, you've got stops in effect at either end of the long stretch of the site.
Okay, thank you. I will open it up to people to raise I'll start. I think Councillor Greedo, you had your nameplate up first.
Thank you, Ma'am. Yeah. Coming back to the issue of the bus stops, can I suggest, in fact, that it's totally irrelevant to actually talk about additional bus stops, because the Lee guided busway starts in Wigan and Lee. By the time it gets to this particular part of the area, the buses are full. They've tried putting additional buses on, and those are full. So what tends to happen, in fact, is people arrive at the bus stop, using perhaps the park and ride further down the road, can't get on the buses and have to proceed using their car. So no matter how many extra bus stops you put in, there's just no seating available by the time the buses reach that location. Now, both myself and Mr Grundy sat as members of Transport for Greater Manchester for a number of years, and we can both testify, in fact, to the fact that the bus services in these areas have reduced significantly over those years. And in fact, there are very few buses now serving this locality apart from the guided busway, which, as I've said, in fact is already well over capacity and with no chance of additional buses being put on. They've already put additional buses on. That's not solved the problem. And under the new bus franchising system, it's extremely unlikely that there will be funding available to put any further buses on.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I suppose the second part of the policy, as well as the additional bus stop, does actually refer to proportionate contributions to increasing passenger capacity as well. So that's a second element of that particular part. So just in case that you hadn't picked that up, would that address your concerns in relation to that?
I don't think so, Mark. There'd have to be significant additional capacity, which I doubt could be funded by any additional funds. The fact remains, people just cannot get on the buses, and there's no provision for any additional buses. Any additional buses would cost a lot more money, and I can't see that funding would be available for that.
Okay, thank you. Mr Brown, you did have your nameplate up.
Yeah, so if we're talking about criterion 6 now, so the wording then would be land where transport investment and the creation of significant new demand would support the delivery of long-term, viable, sustainable travel. So we're essentially hanging our hopes of long-term, viable, sustainable travel on an extra busway, an extra bus stop that would be that is served by buses which are full, and the provision of, I mean, it's not been clear because it's not been very clear what is actually proposed, but let's say 2 extra services being added to it. I don't think that GMCA or the applicants have gone far enough to demonstrate that that intervention would constitute long-term viable, sustainable travel. The demand to date hasn't resulted in increase of services. I think we're living in this kind of, build it and they will come, or, if they come, then we'll build it. But either way, it's not happened so far. So I don't know why we would think it would happen in the future, even with a contribution. Also, long-term viable, sustainable travel is more than just extra services on the Lee guided busway, and we'll come on to criterion 1 and whether or not the land is well served by public transport at the moment in the future, won't we? Yeah.
You can actually raise that now, because we are talking about transport. So if you wish to raise that, so yeah. just to clarify, when you're talking about criterion 1, that relates to the site selection criteria.
Correct. Yeah. Sorry for mixing the criterion.
No, it's not your fault.
Forgive me.
There are many criterion and numbers.
It's almost like you've all made this have a very high bar to entry for the layperson. I don't know, but it's anyway.
You're doing very well.
Thank you. So, yeah, criterion 1 then. So we've seen in the topic paper repeatedly mentioned that the area is well served by public transport, and as Mr Grundy mentioned, this site was the most objected to of any site in the Places for Everyone plan, and I appreciate that we're not here to assess whether or not the site is popular, because if only we were, we could dismiss the whole plan out of hand, but it did receive the most objections, and there's a reason for that. There's not just an unusually high quotient of NIMBYs in the area, there's really good evidence-based reasons why people objected. So we were baffled. The 600 people who objected were baffled. The 5,000 people who signed a petition against it were baffled. And we started looking at how GMCA could possibly have come to the conclusion that the area was well served. We thought maybe we were missing something. Maybe there was a tube station down an abandoned mine shaft, or a monorail station behind a hedge, or maybe even a hovercraft port on the Bridgewater Canal. We didn't find any, so we looked at the MPPF, and we saw paragraph 142, which said, when selecting a greenbelt site, consideration should first be given to sites that were well served. And I know I have written about this, Marm, and I know you've read that submission, but I've developed the evidence base on this, so if you'll allow me to expand on it. But the MPPF doesn't define what well served by public transport is. There's a wise man in the room who will tell us that if the MPPF doesn't define it, then we should refer to the Oxford English Dictionary. So locals referred to the Oxford English Dictionary, and we were in the unusual position of looking up the word is, which is a linking verb which indicates it must exist now, in the present, not sometime in the future, not taking into account any future busway stop. The site must be well served now. Well, the word well, in a good, right or acceptable way. Well, individuals in the area don't think that the site is served in a good, right or acceptable way. Individuals who have to stand in the rain, blowing in their faces in the morning, whilst 2, 3, 4 buses full of commuters merrily sail past, whilst people are late for work, late for their appointments, and have to set off earlier and earlier. They wouldn't say it's served in a good, right or acceptable way now, because the buses don't serve a good selection of destinations. If you want to go to Manchester, that's fine. If you want to go to Leigh, that's fine. If you want to go anywhere else, sorry, there's not a good selection of destinations served. The train station's not within walking distance, so you'd have to use a car journey to get there, thereby exacerbating the local traffic problems. There's no Metrolink service in the area. And as I said, the busway doesn't even allow the public to go to nearby towns such as Boothstown, Walkden, Little Hulton, Astley, Bolton, Wigan, West Horton. So if you look at it in the pure Oxford English definition of the word is well served, the definition is clearly not met. So we thought, well, maybe there's been some kind of mistake. What do GMCA think is well met? And surprise, surprise, we found out that they'd created their own definition of well served, with the catchy title of the GMSF Site Selection Good Public Transport Area. And the way they'd done this was by making reference to a metric called the GMAL score, Greater Manchester Accessibility Levels. Now, the clue to that metric is in the title. It's about accessibility. It's not about utility, and it even says this in its definition. It says, we do not consider the speed or utility of accessible services, utility, by the way, meaning how useful they are. It doesn't consider how crowded they are, and it doesn't consider the ease of interchange. But all these things that the GMAL score doesn't consider are exactly the kind of things that you think would be considered if you wanted to determine whether an area was well served, and it doesn't. And even if it did, the GMCA have said that a site must receive a score of 5.5 or over to qualify as being well served. And this site, a postcode in the next to the site, only scores a 3, so it doesn't even hit the criteria that GMCA have specified. Although GMCA then decided to layer on a further criteria over the top. There's an analogy of here of adding glitter to something, that if a site is within 800 metres of a Lee-guided busway stop, it's somehow automatically, magically classed as well served. So what that does in effect is it cuts a 1.6 kilometre swathe right through the middle of Leigh, with an area of land 1.6 kilometre wide that is automatically well served because of GMCA's well served criteria. Even if you have a house right next to a guided busway stop, I looked up the house that was directly adjacent to one, and that only scores a 4. So even if you lived directly opposite it, you still wouldn't meet GMCA's criteria. And all of these criteria ignores the fact, as Councillor Garrido said, that if you live closer to Manchester, your service, the level of service and utility you get from the guided busway is worse because people fill up from the beginning. That's why locals call it the Leigh Expressway. So they've not actually implemented any metric which seeks to define whether or not the area is well served. They've used this accessibility levels metric, which itself says it doesn't want to determine whether or not there's utility, and then they've layered on this thing of if you're near a bus stop, you're automatically well served. But they've never, with all these people and all the resources that they've had, they've never actually sought to put a good definition on of whether or not the site's well served, and that's why so many people objected to it. They could have written a perfectly good criteria that said, can you get on your first service? What are the range of destinations? What are the number of interchanges? What are the number of services per hour? How much does it cost? How many different types are available? But they didn't do that. They just used this inappropriate metric, and then they added on this slather of, if you're near a busway stop, you're well served. people in the area don't feel well served by it. It's not working. It's great if you happen to get on one in Lee and it whizzes you all the way to Manchester, but unfortunately, it doesn't serve the rest of the community well. And in the absence of being able to define that this site is well served, and we can't, then criterion 1 has to be removed from the plan for this plan to be sound, because there's not a single person who can come up with substantive evidence that the area is well served. It's well located, yes, it's served, but it's not well served. So that's my point on that matter.
Okay, thank you. Peel, you have... yes, Mr Grundy.
Begging your pardon, Ma'am. Yeah, I do apologise for interrupting, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to go to the Commons chamber. But I do hope to return to continue to listen at a later stage as soon as the statement from the Home Secretary is finished.
Okay, thank you. Just to point out, we may well be done before that, but are you attending tomorrow?
I shall have to double check. I'm not aware that I am, but we shall see. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Okay, thank you. Peel, did you have your nameplate up? Did you want to say anything?
Yes, ma'am. Very focused way, I'm sure. The fundamental point is this is an extremely well located site. It's the only site in this plan which has the opportunity to be served both by a new busway stop as well as by existing stops. So I think on the 3 points that have been raised, so this is sort of bus capacity, so what's happening with buses currently, the broader range of concerns that have been raised, and the GML point. I think if I could just turn to Mr. Hibbert, who can address all of those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just in respect of the busway stop, we've worked very closely with TFGM, and there has been an independent assessment of the suitability of a stop in the location identified and its ability to intercept trips, if you like, to ensure that it would provide an overall benefit in transport terms. That exercise has been carried out, it's been submitted with the planning application. In respect of the services that exist at the moment, Inspector Lee has heard some of this, so he may switch off at some point, but I get a bit dull when I start talking about buses. But during the COVID pandemic, there was a tailing off, obviously, of public transport services generally. And I think it's fair to say they've struggled to pick up again since. They're on the bounce back, but they're not quite there yet. The guided busway has bucked that trend. We're almost back up to the same level of service that existed pre-COVID. Pre-COVID, there were, at peak, 10 buses an hour. We're now up to 8. In terms of its success, the full buses that admittedly run past some of the stops further down the line demonstrate how successful, how popular that is. Clearly, a site where the busway runs right through the heart of it, and there's an opportunity to provide a new stop in the heart of the site, we should do that. It's a significant opportunity. As Mr. Corbett-Butcher said, it's unique in respect of PFE. The submission that's been made in terms of a plan application, in addition to identifying and providing the new busway stop, also included an exercise by another independent consultant, so not me in this case, in respect of a travel hub and the components of that travel hub. That will come with a range of measures to increase accessibility and accessibility for all within the site. Cycle hire, hopefully and quite possibly car club provision, which could indeed reduce car ownership on the site or and second car ownership. That travel hub, in conjunction with a network of active travel routes throughout the development, ensures that everyone within this site will have access to those busway services. It seems ridiculous to suggest that because the busway has been popular, that should seemingly go against this site. It's an absolutely key opportunity that we should use that and take advantage of it. In respect to the GMAL calculations, I mean, in fairness, that's a starting point in terms of accessibility. It's a relatively crude tool in respect of what's been undertaken for the plan application and the transport assessment. That goes into far greater detail. And as I said, the independent study that's been submitted with the application demonstrates that the busway and additional bus service capacity, which the application is also providing, will provide an overall net benefit to the transport system. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, thank you. Peel, any final points?
Yes, ma'am. Just to add to that, in addition to the work that Mr. Hibbett alluded to, we've also had a further piece of work undertaken in conjunction with TFGM in terms about the operational capacity of the network. And in accordance with the draft policy, obviously it refers to proportionate contributions towards additional improvements in capacity. The planning application, I don't want to delve back into the planning application, but the planning application confirms that Peel will be contributing towards the addition of an additional bus on that network to improve that operational capacity. That's been in dialogue with TFGM for well over 12 months now in terms of sharing that information and the evidence on the back of that, and that's in the application. Thanks, Mum.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown, any final points before turning to the GMCA on this one?
Yeah, so it's great to hear all of the proposals which would fulfil criteria 6, because we're talking about future contribution and the building of long-term sustainable travel in the future. But when we look at criterion 1, it is quite clear, and the MPPF is quite clear as well, that consideration should be given to greenbelt sites which are well served, not have the potential to be well served, not we would like them to be well served, not we have a brilliant plan for them to be well served. Consideration should be given to greenbelt sites which are well served. It's not well served according to the definition. This is a simple point I'm making, and GMCA's definition is also not suitable to define whether or not they're well served. It doesn't just apply to this site, it applies to all the sites in the plan. They've failed to identify whether or not sites are well served, and as such, criterion 1 from the local's perspective is invalid for this site until such a time as substantive evidence comes forward that it is met. Criterion 6, yes, as we know, you could use criterion 6 to justify building on any site if it was large enough, because you would have enough money and enough people to, to put a road or a busway anywhere. So, criterion 6, great, but criterion 1, no. And if criterion 1's not met for this site, then it really kind of asks the question of why are we even discussing this site at the moment, because it's really only met by criterion 6, not by criterion 1 at all. It likely would have fallen significantly further down the list. And the fact that this site is so far removed from any urban centres is going to require, a significant reliance on the car to get around.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Woodward.
Just very briefly, I mean, as a local resident and hearing about we are having all this conversation, and Peel and Wigan Council are purely putting all their emphasis on a bus stop. A bus stop. Now, we live in the area. I had to come in a car this morning because I couldn't guarantee that I could get on the local bus stop because it is always backing up. Now, when you look at the underneath the guided busway heading into Manchester, underneath the motorway where they put a park and ride, it's empty. It's always empty because people cannot get on the bus. Even although we are what you would say is relatively close to the start of the guided busway, which obviously starts in Wigan, in Lee, then we're not that far down the line before we can't get on it. So we cannot, with regards to a service, and this is not just as of today. I mean, I tried to get on the bus last Wednesday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So the point is, there's an awful lot of emphasis at Peel and Wigan Council are putting on a bus stop. And it's just wrong in terms of it is just not a viable option in order for increasing all the availability of people getting access. And it's only a one-way trip. It's one way into Manchester, and that's it.
Okay, thank you, Peel. I do see your nameplates up again. I don't want to get into a back and forth, but if it's a point responding to those, I'll let you make it. But then I will turn to the GMCA.
Yes, I just say, mindful of the time, this is not just about the bus stop. There are a range of sustainable transport and accessibility measures we are promoting at this site. Mr. Hibbert can speak to those, but that they are. It's a lot more than that. In respect to the pedestrian measures, so I'll turn to.
Yeah, I say I suppose we might be in danger of talking the detail of the planning application, which I don't really want to do. We do have other parts of this policy potentially that we could refer to, but I don't want to spend time that might end us getting into a discussion about the detail of an application. I get the points that were made, that Mr. Hibbert made about looking at things like Travel Hub and active travel. So he did make some points in relation to that. Was there anything else that could be added to that?
I'll be very brief, ma'am. What I neglected to mention was that we're actually catering for other local bus services within the site layout, and in actual fact, the site layout includes a bus gate to assist those bus services in penetrating and leaving the site. Very briefly, in respect to the park and ride point, pre-COVID, that park and ride site at Wardley was full. Post-COVID, it's about half full at the moment. So it's still recovering, as I said, but we're getting there, and this is definitely bucking the trend in public transport services. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. GMCA, lot of discussion there.
It's a discussion, but our perspective is very, very straightforward. I mean, in relation to points being made about the site selection criteria, I understand why. Riding off the back of part number 3. But just to stand back from it, when the proposed allocation has a guided busway running right through it. By definition, it's well served by public transport. It's in site selection terms, it's an obvious and sensible thing to do to look to Greenbelt, which has, in this case, a guided busway running right through it. There are other bus services as well, which have just been referred to. There are other bus services as well in the area. So that's the current position. Then site selection criteria number 1. As to the future, well, that is site selection criteria number 6. And yes, it's the additional bus stop, but also proportionate contributions to increasing capacity. I do agree wholeheartedly with the point that was made that it would be a rather odd thing to say against the site. That it's on a guided busway, which has proven to be extremely popular, and somehow that's a black mark that's a negative against the site. I mean, that does seem to be counterintuitive, fake logic, frankly. But I don't know whether you would be assisted by a recitation of the other bus services in the area. I mean, we have all the details because we've been focusing on the busway which runs right through the site, but there are other bus services in the area as well. Just
a summary. I don't need to know.
Yeah, well, in terms of the busway services, 6 per hour in the morning peak of the V1 service, and that reduces to 4 per hour during the day. And there's also a V2 service which runs through the site as well, which is 2 per hour in the morning peak and 2 per hour during the day. So, we accept that there are congestion issues at some time, capacity issues at some times, but that is restricted to peak times. And during the day, there is capacity on those services. In addition to busway services, the site's also served by other buses. There's 129, the 129 service runs along the western edge of the site, providing hourly services between Farnworth, Boothstown and Higher Green. The 132 bus service also runs along the western edge, providing 1 hour services between Wigan and the Trafford Centre, past the site. And then the service number 29 runs along the bottom of the site, along Bridgewater Road, which is an hourly service as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Then I will move on to part 4, which relates to road access being provided into the site. I noticed there are a couple of additions to this policy and deletions, so including access now refers to City Road. Can you just explain why that one was included in particular, having visited City Road?
Yeah, this is consistent with the locality assessment and also the master plan, which Peel have prepared in as part of the planning application and approved master plan. Okay,
I mean, City Road, I think, is a slightly different type of road to the others. Is it intended to be a main access point, or is it anticipated that they would vary in how much of the development would access it?
I think it will connect into where it isn't a private road. It is a public road up to a certain point, just before it reaches New Manchester. So it would connect into the site there as a key route serving the site.
Okay, and then then there's a new addition relating to access from Silk Mill Street, relating to pedestrian and cycle linkages into the rest of the site.
Yes, this is just to recognise that a vehicular access between Silk Mill Street and the rest of the site isn't achievable due to site constraints. But what we would expect through the development is that there are good quality walking and cycling connections between Silk Mill Street and the remainder of the site, really to ensure good access to, good permeability, but also good access to the retail and the health facilities and the gym, which is on the there's also a little supermarket on that local centre at Parbrow or Parbridge, just to the west of the site.
Sorry, so just to clarify, Silk Mill Street is not suitable for vehicle access?
Silk Mill Street is suitable for vehicular access between Bellway Phase 1 and Bellway Phase 2, but not further on into the Peel land, if that makes sense.
I just wonder whether it should clarify that that particular point. I'm not sure whether it needs clarification, but
I think given that the part is dealing with the entire allocation, and obviously this is where one can get a little bit distracted by the fact that there are individual ownerships and individual planning applications and so on. I mean, the allocation policy is talking about the whole site, and so where does it expect access to come from? Would it expect access to come from various points, including Silk Mill Street? That doesn't mean that Silk Mill Street is going to serve the entirety of the allocation. I think it's a point, ma'am, but we'll leave it with you two.
Okay, thank you. Mr Brown and then Councillor Garrido.
Just a quick point on some of the road accesses, and if this starts straying into planning application territory, please tell me. One of the road accesses is on a road called Mort Lane. Mort Lane is the subject of local ridicule in the fact that it's regularly passable by kayak and not by car, and people have actually done it. Maybe one for the planning application, but the applicant should mitigate this road before we consider development of it, because when the road floods, and it does flood quite regularly, unfortunately there's no quantitative evidence on it, but everyone's favourite tool, a search of Facebook would find that, you know, on we're talking double-digit occasions per year, that road is flooded and impassable. But when it's impassable, traffic can't then get to the north of the site. It can't travel north towards the motorway up there and towards Bolton. So then traffic has to travel through the south of the site, further exacerbating the traffic problem. This also could be a viability issue, that the road needs significant mitigation and remediation. The entrance to City Road, as you mentioned, Marm, is very close to an unadopted road directly outside a relatively sizable children's nursery, and straight outside the nursery is a dip in the road, which again regularly floods. It seems to be lower than the remaining land, and by putting an access near that, what you're going to do is you're going to increase vehicular access to that road as people turn round, miss the junction, increase traffic. That's going to cause further deterioration of that unadopted road, and the flooding situation there is really quite bad as well. And then the other sections around access via Silk Mill Street, just to the Bellway site. The problem is that a lot of the traffic problems in this area occur towards the south of the site along the A577, which is also where the local primary school is located. And a lot of these accesses, when you live in the area and you know the routes that you need to take, they necessitate the use of the A577 as a way to get from one side of Mosley Common to the other, and a lot of the accesses are through there. So this is all just going to exacerbate the traffic problem, essentially. So, yeah, that's just the point to make around those. It would be nice if they were more connected within the site, so that the site actually gave a bit of utility and benefit to, you know, the local area in terms of allowing the highways to pass through. But sadly, that's not the case, certainly at the south end of the site.
Okay, thank you. Just to check, the primary school, is that St John's that you were talking about? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean... Well, we'll come on to school. I guess we're coming on to schools later as well. Yeah, okay.
Councillor Garrido.
Yes, thank you, Ron. The point really, is, to some degree, has just been made by Mr Brown, but it's about City Road in particular. The fact it's a narrow road, 2-car width, with cars frequently parked on one side, therefore bringing it down to a 1-car width road, which I don't think provides suitable access to the far end of this site, which leads onto the unadopted road. And in fact, at weekends, you've got a football field on the left-hand side of City Road, and that's absolutely jam-packed with cars, with parents, and several football teams, probably up to a dozen football teams playing on a Saturday and Sunday. Again, that blocks the road. So in terms of being a suitable access, I don't think it qualifies.
Okay, thank you. If you finished making your point, sorry, Mr Brown, can you put your sign down? Thank you. I'll turn to Peel first before I come to GMCA.
Yes, Mr Hibbert's going to address both of those points.
Thank you, ma'am. Dealing with the first point about the some of the conditions on City Road, that has been identified within the transport assessment with the plan application for a range of improvements. It will be fully reconstructed on the section north of the busway as it then turns into the site. Included within that will be an area of additional parking for local residents, where some of that on-street parking occurs. The road itself will be made a consistent 6-metre wide width. So I don't know whether that means anything to you in terms of scale. A traditional housing estate road is 5.5 metres.
Okay.
Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you. Councillor Greedo, yep, any final point?
Sorry, just regarding the comment Mr Hibbert made. The part of the road you're referring to, which you're saying is going to be 6 metres, is the part which is currently unadopted. I don't think there are any proposals for the adopted section of the road, because in fact you've got bungalows on one side and football field on the left-hand side.
I can answer that, ma'am. Yeah, it's north of the busway. It's the unadopted section will be brought up to adoptable standards.
I think there was a comment raised by Mr Brown about Mort Lane and flooding, and whether you wanted to address that or not.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. All I can add to that is, am I on?
I think my finger may have accidentally pressed
Cut me
the
off.
mute button. I'm sorry.
We do it all the time.
My wife does that all the time. Don't worry about it, ma'am.
It wasn't intended.
It was just a very quick point. We're fully aware of those issues on Mort Lane. Obviously, coincidentally, the access from Mort Lane comprises the full detailed element of our application. We've come up with a solution which tries to seek help alleviate some of those issues, and that's obviously going to be work in progress as we work with the local highways authority and dealing the issues. I'm sure the GMCA may well respond to that in more detail. Well, that's our position, and that's what is proposing in the application. So all work in progress, Mom.
Okay, thank you. GMCA, did you want to
Yeah,
say anything?
just in terms of flooding, the site has been subject to a flood risk review. This is as part of the SFRA Level 2 report, and this confirms that 92% of the site is within flood zone 1, with 7% within flood zone 3, which is largely within the extent of the Honksford Brook, which will be retained as part of a green infrastructure corridor in accordance with the policy. Notwithstanding that, the future planning application will be subject to drainage strategies, etc., which Peel are aware of and have submitted.
Okay, thank you. In that case, then we'll move on to part 5, which, well, I'll cover part 5 and part 6 because both have been suggested to be deleted. The first one related to capacity improvements, and then the second one related to pedestrian and cyclists, which is covered to some extent elsewhere. Did you just want to talk through why those are being proposed for deletion?
Thank you, ma'am. Well, 5, because the items which we consider to be potentially necessary are set out in Appendix D and now caught by the opening sentence of Part 3, and Part 6, because, again, a combination of items, things which are set out in Appendix D, and also our thematic policies, which would require an assessment of pedestrian and cycle provision, and are, as far as we're concerned, adequately covered in that way. So that's the logic which lies behind it, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I did see your hand hovering over your nameplate, Mr Brown, but
I just wanted to check whether or not we'd missed the opportunity to talk about the wider traffic issues in the area. We talked about the site access roads, but are we coming on? Will we come on to that?
only if you want to raise it as a point. I mean, I've already picked up on some points that you've actually all raised in relation to that.
Could we raise them now then?
Well, I've picked up on some. If they're additional to what you've already said, then that's fine.
As a result, the applicant has suggested mitigations to a load of junctions around the area, which is great because they need to be, a lot of them need to be sorted out. But the main issue is that, we're talking about things like left-hand turn lanes and, left-hand filter lanes, and filter lanes only operate as long as the gap of the filter lane allows cars to travel. I'm not going to profess to be a traffic expert because clearly I'm not, but a lot of the problems of Mosley Common, the traffic in Mosley Common, are as a result of where it's situated. So it's very, you wouldn't actually think it was that close to junction 13 of the M60, but traffic will queue from junction 13 of the M60 all the way past the Boothstown site allocation, which we discussed, in recent weeks, where I believe there's, 500 odd houses, 300 odd houses planned there. And it queues all the way up Lee Road. It queues up to the junction with the A577, A580, and traffic is at a standstill. So we welcome junctions being improved in the area, but the problem is that the improvement of junctions isn't going to stop the fact that traffic is static all the way to the M60. And you may say, well, why should the developer be penalised for that? It's not their fault, and of course it isn't. But pouring a further 1,100 plus houses onto the bonfire of static traffic, which sometimes can queue for many miles, all the way from junction 13 of the M60 through Mosley Common, through to Tildesley, which has very narrow one-way systems, You know, that this is what's a concern for local residents, because we appreciate that there'll have been a lot of complicated traffic surveys done and counts and average journey times and things like that, and we'll have selected the ones that, you know, that show us that all these problems can be resolved. But from a local's perspective, seeing where it's caused from, which is further down the line, you know, we think severe harm would be caused by adding over 1,100 houses to the area. At a time when 1,000 houses have only just been built locally in the area as a result of Garrett Hall and you know, Redrow and things like that. So and not all of those have been sold either. So it's still not really clear to see what the full impact is on the area. I've had people speak to me who said they've lost their jobs. They have been asked to work from home, and then they've felt isolated because as a result of the traffic situation in the area. The isolation has led to mental health problems, people who have retired early from their profession because they weren't able to get in, and then due to their age weren't able to get a placement elsewhere. The people, and I've lived in a number of areas around Greater Manchester. I thought Stockport was bad, you know, but at least they withdrew from the plan, I guess. But you know, I thought the traffic was bad in Stockport, but the traffic in Moseley Common is really horrendous, and the people. People who live there are really saying, like, please don't subject us to another 1,000 houses. And I know you don't look fondly on it, like extrapolating how many cars might come with those houses, but we know what's likely to happen. And we know that because of the public transport situation, there's going to be more car journeys. And we just think that what's going to happen is we're going to have this static line of traffic with queues branching off at these access points into the estates of just hundreds and hundreds of cars. And we think that is severe harm. And we think it's as a result of the location of the site where it is that kind of causes this. So I just wanted to make that point, really, that the mitigations are welcome, but you know, the local qualitative knowledge would kind of suggest that they're not likely to have the impact.
Thank you. I mean, Mr. Katkowski, I don't want you to put you on the spot, but you have, I think, in previous site allocations, you've referred to severe, the issue around severe harm. So would you like to just explain that again?
Of course, ma'am. It's not putting me on the spot at all, because I'm very good at recycling, saying the same thing over and over. It's when you ask me to say something new that it's really challenging to me. So ma'am, yes, in relation to severe traffic impact, which is the test, if you like, in the framework, because the framework doesn't define the meaning of the word severe. The normal approach, whether it's the approach of a wise man or not, the normal approach then is to look at the OED, and you find that severe means very great. You're looking therefore for a very great impact. Not that I personally think this point needed clarification, but the High Court relatively recently, this year, in a case involving Tunbridge Wells, has ruled that the severe impact in question needs to be a severe, that's to say a very great impact, arising from the proposed development. And the point, therefore, as the court explained, isn't whether existing conditions could be said to be severe, as is often the case at planning inquiries and planning hearings, but rather whether the exacerbation that would arise from the proposed development or the proposed allocation as here would be very great in terms of traffic congestion and impacts. We've carried out a study which has worked on the basis of various worst case assumptions, and with the highway improvements which are listed in Appendix D, the conclusion which has been reached as a result of that work is that this allocation and the other allocations that we've discussed already and we're continuing to discuss at this examination would not give rise to a severe impact in the sense meant by the framework. So, ma'am, that's our position in a nutshell, and I entirely understand that as we've had, not in the case of every allocation, but not far short of every allocation, most allocations we've had local people expressing their views from local knowledge, which I entirely sympathise with and understand. We have carried out a comprehensive study. We have a different view. You will consider and report back to us as to, what you and your colleagues conclude in relation to these matters.
Okay, thank you. It's coming up to 1 o'clock. We haven't finished yet on the criteria, but I for one do need a break, and we need to eat. I think this is an appropriate point to stop here. We will then come back after lunch, which will be an hour long, to continue with from part number 7, which relates to community facilities. So thank you all so far, and we'll resume at 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
So, if you can excuse me this afternoon, Ma'am, but I do have another meeting to attend.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Garrido, for your contribution so far. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everybody. We shall now resume, and we are partway through discussing north of Mosley Common. We got to part 7, so we'll just continue with going through the parts of the development requirement in relation to the policy. So part 7 related to new community, and the original policy had health facilities referred to it, and there's been some new wording added and others deleted. Again, it would be helpful to understand particularly why the health facilities element has been deleted, and also what the new references are in there for.
Grand. Well, we've actually got a good answer on the health facilities, so I shall look to my left for the moment of glory.
Yeah, there's a health centre currently under construction on an adjacent site, on what is the Parbridge site, which is it's a centre which is adjacent to the Bellway scheme, and it also consists of, well, it's a new health centre, there's a gym on the site, there's a little supermarket, a Starbucks, restaurant, and... Starbucks. Well, perhaps not a restaurant, a Starbucks. And there's a children's nursery on that site as well, a private children's nursery. So the health centre is under construction, and that's an NHS led scheme, and no need for a health centre on that site as a result of that new provision has been discussed and agreed with our clinical commissioning group.
So that would accommodate the additional population.
It would,
on
yes.
The application. Okay, thank you. I did wonder whether the signs would go up. I'll come to you in a moment, because there is another part to that policy in relation to the community facilities. So that refers to it being on site, and you've added some wording in relation to its accessible location close to a future additional stop on the guided busway, and deleting the reference to contributions.
Yeah, this reflects that we'd want the community facilities close to the bus stop, as it says, but also reflects the fact that there is a centre, as I've just described, adjacent to the site, which also serves the site with good walking and cycling linkages.
What is it envisaged the community facilities will look like? Is that a matter for detailed discussion?
It is, yes. It's that obviously the planning application has been submitted. It's in front of the council at the moment. That part of the scheme is within an outline application, so it would probably the detail either through that and/or through further reserve matters applications.
And the reference to a new local centre has been deleted as well. Was there a particular reason for that?
Yeah, literally, there's a centre not far from the site at Parbridge.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Woodward first, please.
Thank you for that. With regards to the emphasis being placed on a new medical centre, it's not a new medical centre, it's a relocation of a medical centre. And the medical centre is from Boothstown Community Centre, Boothstown Medical Centre, and being relocated. I know this because I'm actually in the Boothstown Medical Centre. The interesting thing is, it's all right saying that you're building a medical centre with all these rooms. At present, then, Boothstown Medical Centre is way oversubscribed. It is constantly closed for Ask My GP. You cannot get an appointment to see a GP in the area. None of the GPs are actually taking people on. It's all right saying that you've got 10 consultation rooms. Not much good if 8 of them are empty. Now, and this is, I know it's not specific just to this site, but you start adding on another 1,000 houses, 2,500 people and so on. And that's as we actually speak. So in terms of it is everybody has, well, we've certainly had notification as local residents about the Boothstown Medical Centre, which is not fit for purpose. And while I welcome a new medical centre, The reality of to pass that off as part of the new plans, it's a relocation of an existing medical centre. So it's not in addition to, it's an instead of. And what have you. So to actually say that that plays a part in making this a fantastic new development, no, it does not, because we still cannot get, over the last few months, we cannot get doctor's appointments. The Ask My GP is constantly being closed down. So, and even when you speak to the people at the medical centre that's going to be relocated, they say they cannot get GPs other than locums, which they have to pay additional cost for. So it's not well funded. It might be well funded in terms of a construction. It's certainly not well constructed in terms of staffing levels and medical people that need to combat the existing requirements for the local area, never mind going forward all the additional people. And we've not even touched on the dentist thing, and I'm pretty sure that I don't need to touch on that, because you cannot get into a dentist anywhere in the local area, and there are no plans to include anything like that in the local area at the moment that has been brought forward in any plans that I've visually seen. So it's just not viable to put another, where are all these people going to go for medical treatment? There's no doctors. You cannot get into a doctor's appointment. So in therefore, it's not a viable proposition.
Okay, thank you, Mr Woodward. Mr Brown, I take you put your sign down as Mr Woodward covered the points you wanted to make.
Yeah, just one small point. I mean, obviously the shopping centre at Parr Bridge is not anything to do with this site allocation. It's not part of it or anything. It happens to be there. And they've put one of the planning. They've put one of the approvals for one of the shops as is it sui generis or sui generis tanning salon. Like, why not a dentist? You know, why? It's just this kind of, is this really a joined up approach to planning from Wigan Council? It's like, yeah, okay, Subway, Starbucks, let's get a tanning salon in there. You know, when people are needing dentists. So I just found that an odd thing as well. But it's let's not bill this as being part of the site allocation. This is something which exists in the area.
Okay, thank you. But GMCA, did you say you'd had discussions with the clinical commissioning group? I'm assuming that they're aware of issues surrounding the Boothstown Medical Centre at the moment.
Yeah, very much so, ma'am. We've had extensive consultations with the CCG throughout the preparation of, this site allocation, and it was their conclusion that facility at Parr Bridge Works was sufficient to meet the needs of this scheme. So on that we took this approach based on their advice and feedback.
Okay, thank you. Any other points on this part before I move on to education?
I'd just like to say it's all right saying that but I live in the real world. I have to rely on these doctors. I have to get on the buses to try and get to these meetings and such like. That is not the real world. Somebody's saying, let's have it in the real world, in that, going forward, somebody's words are hollow if they can't fill them up. That's as a local resident.
Okay, thank you. I understand that. Peel, yeah.
Thanks, ma'am. Just quickly, I was going to say what Mr. Kersey was saying. We had a number of meetings with the relevant health stakeholders in respect of whether we should be providing for a health facility. Indeed, actually, when we consulted on the master plan document, we opened up to the whole public and go, what would you like to see in the community hub? And obviously, Mr. Kersey's just relayed the discussions and given that's where the direction of the policy and indeed the reaction of the contents of the master plan document arose. So, our understanding is that the facilities at Parr Bridge will be provided for and will be expanded and provide extra provision. That's our understanding of what we've been told from the health stakeholders. But just in terms of adding a bit more flavour and what we envisage in terms of what we mean by a community and travel hub at this location, ma'am, is we see this as a very kind of heart of the site. All our environmental assets converge in this location. All our existing public rights-of-way converge, and our new cycle provision, our new public rights-of-way are converging in this location. You add the bus stop here and you can see something that you've got a central point of a heart of the site, which is quite exciting, but equally mindful of the of the environmental, assets that we have in place, that we've tried to do this quite sensitively. And obviously that goes back to the discussion we had this morning about the density, reaction of the density in terms of the nearest residential neighbourhood. But there's the feeling of that is very much kind of to deliver a number of small-scale supporting uses to support the community, the site itself, but also provide benefit from beyond the site. So we're talking about a cafe, hairdressers, a bike hire shop, a convenience store perhaps, and all this is kind of set out in outline, as Mr. Kersey said, in terms of the application. But also just the point as well that we also consider this as a key interchange. As I said, this is where all the pedestrian and cycle network converge. The bus stop, guided bus, that's where the bus stops, in terms of the bus route itself, but also the guided busway. All this converges in one central site. So it's quite an exciting, in our view, of this. It's a central heart of the site, but also a key interchange that enable different modes of mobility and activity to permeate in through the site. So we can have residents cycling who actually do not live within this site, Marm, and then actually cycle, park their car, park the bike, and then hop onto the guided busway, or indeed get the bus to go into another destination to the northwest, for example. So we see this as a very much a highly well-designed, sensitive approach to this, and we think that it has more than just a community. It has a lot more of an interchange facility, just as much, in a really exciting part of the site.
Thank you. That was useful information. I suppose my question is then, in terms of what Part 7 requests of you in terms of master planning, there's nothing that would conflict with that.
No, Mark.
That's where my interest lies. I suppose.
Just wants to give you a bit of extra flavour of what we're looking to deliver. Thank you, Mark.
Mr. Woodward, I did think you'd want to come back. If you could keep your points brief, because your points have been made.
I cannot believe the amount of emphasis that is being put on a non-existent bus stop. I just can't believe that you can design a whole infrastructure around a bus stop. It just doesn't stack up. If you take the bus stop out of the equation where we are now, it wouldn't pass any of the criteria. This whole site needs to be as now. And as now, it doesn't conform to any of this, so it shouldn't even be a site to be considered.
Thank you. You've made your points about the bus stop. I understand what your what of concerns. Oh, okay. Thank you. There's no need to make jokes like that, but I'll take a bit of humour. So I understand the points that were made by Peel in terms of what they were trying to do in relation to community facilities. Any final comments from the GMCA? Okay, thank you. So then we'll move to Part 8, which relates to primary education facilities being provided on sites, either as a new school or expansion to St John's at Mosley Common Primary School, unless it's not needed, and in relation to financial contributions in relation to secondary schools. The policy itself, you've just proposed adding a reference to JPP5, which is common to other site allocations. I have no questions, but I know that there are concerns that others have in relation to education facilities. Did the GMCA want to say anything first?
I think the item the part speaks for itself, really. I mean, we've taken advice, and that's from the appropriate body, and that's the position. But did you want to?
Yeah, just to concur with that, we've similar to the health services, we've had constant ongoing liaison with the council's education services, and they're fully on board with this policy clause.
And just in terms of education provision, because of the relationship with Salford, is it just the Wigan's education place programmers that you have discussions with?
We've only had conversations with Wigan. Whether our Wigan health education colleagues have spoken to their counterparts in Salford, I can't give you an answer to that.
and I can see the reason for why you do that, because that's within your authority area, obviously. Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown.
Yeah, so the assessment of educational facilities provision was governed by something which is referred to repeatedly in the site topic paper as the education briefing report put together by a company called EFM, which is great, except GMCA never added it to their website. They never attached it, as far as I can see, to the submission to the inspectors. So as a result, people have been unable to scrutinise it, unable to make a decision about whether or not it was, sound or not. If it's there, then I apologise, but it's I certainly couldn't find it. So that's a bit of a miss, because Rule 2 of the Gunning Principles, we must have sufficient information to give intelligent consideration as part of a consultation, and we weren't able to consider that information. So perhaps GMCA could see their way to adding that document to the site so it can be analysed. And in terms of the school itself, so yeah, we welcome extra primary school provision, because for the school year 22 to 23, I was told by a member of the school staff that they had to turn away over 40 pupils at St John's Primary School. So to have an extra form of entry would be great. The original proposal was as a separate building, but that seems to have fallen by the wayside in favour of an extension to St John's Primary. And I don't know if as part of your site visit you actually went to St John's Primary School, but it's right on the A577. So what we're proposing here is that we have an extra 180 pupils as an extra form of entry. 180 people. I mean, the school is like a narrow rectangle side onto the road, so it extends quite far into the, kind of away from the road, so it doesn't have a wide frontage. We've got an unadopted road directly next to it. There's no good provision. There's no good place for people to drop the children off, apart from on the busy A577, which, as we've already made representations, is, heavily kind of, trafficked, if you like. And I just really think it's a poor idea to add an extra 100. I mean, I guess Peel will make the point that this is going to be within walking distance, but the furthest part of the site is nearly a mile away. You need to take account for people who have mobility issues as well. So, it's not everyone is going to walk from every area of the site, and also this extra form of entry isn't just going to be restricted to people who are in the site. So I think it's a miss to just extend St John's as it is. Another point on the education would be that the master plan, which we're not allowed to refer to, or are we, or we're not allowed to be privy to, but the
No, I haven't said that you can't refer to the master plan. It's been well referred to.
Yeah, so okay. So the master plan then states that the developer doesn't even intend to make any provision towards educational facilities until the 400th house is occupied. And part of the master plan says that there's going to be build-out rates of approximately 50 houses per year. So they've not been perfectly transparent on how the build-out rate's going to look. I'm sure it's not going to be 8 years before we get a provision for education. But still, if you're waiting for the 400th house to be occupied before you make a provision, I think that's... why not do it earlier on? I just think, I'm sure you're not short on money, Peel Holdings. So, I'm sure you could bring that forward, and it would be much better for the local community. And on that as well, in terms of 400th house being occupied, as we said, Redrow are frantically scrambling up lampposts to stick their signs on, saying that they've got the last few houses remaining on their site, which has been there for a couple of years. So if we're waiting for the 400th house to be occupied and we're already struggling to sell houses in the area, I think that has a potential to delay the educational provision to the detriment of the wider community, really. So I think that should be amended. I think that's my point on that, really. But don't underestimate the challenges of dropping children off at that school site. It's a really tight area to do, and it has the potential to cause danger, further congestion, emissions, right next to where the play area is as well for the road.
Okay, thank you. Just to check, have you got any comments about secondary school provision?
No, as I understand it, they want to make a contribution to that, so we've not really analysed that. But obviously, that will be needed.
Okay, thank you. So Peel next, then, please.
Thank you, ma'am. So, in terms of the policy, just going back to your encouraging note before, we have no issue with the policy. Discussions with the council as local education authority, the Diocese of Manchester and St John's Primary School have been going on for best part of 12 months now in terms of testing whether the option of expanding this primary school is the best approach, or even delivering a new primary school is the best approach. The upshot of that is that through those conversations is expanding the St John's Primary School is the best approach for us. And the evidence that has been provided is that we have the ability to increase the provision from a one-form entry to a two-form entry. And that conversation has been continuing over 12 months, as I say. The application that's been submitted, albeit in outline, does provide land to facilitate the expansion of the primary school. Underpinning that has actually been a feasibility study, which is being commissioned by Peel with the support of the council and the educational authorities to test the expanse of that land in terms of scale, and can we actually expand the primary school as we need to do, and also provide some opportunities actually in terms of, as looked at, I confess it's in a feasibility study, but we have looked at trying to alleviate some of the issues that Mr Brown has spoken just now about in terms of car parking and traffic along the frontage. So all the detail will come forward through subsequent reserve matters. There is an ability, as we've stated in our application, that the access to that expanded primary school could come from within the site and start with additional car park provision and start looking at alleviating some of those provisions. Again, that's a bit more extra flavour for you, Ma'am, in terms of what the actual detailed response is in respect of the policy, which I trust is helpful. But going back to the policy itself, we have no issue with it.
Thank you. And for the GMCA, I think that the reference was given to the topic paper and the work that was undertaken. I think that was chapter 23, section 23 in the topic paper refers to EMF undertaking that work. I just wondered, but you've also said that you've discussed the position with the Education Authority.
That's right, ma'am. And if we come back to the part in the policy, I mean, if we just come back to the wording, it's either a new school on site or expand the existing primary school and contribute money towards. I mean, what else can we say? I mean, it's an entirely appropriate approach to have to education. You know, we can overstudy ourselves to death. I think, you know, we're saying yes, we want a primary school, either a new one or we expand the existing one, and we want money for secondary school places. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with that? I ask rhetorically, not expecting an answer.
Okay, thank you. Any final points on education before I move on? Mr Wood?
I think just briefly touching on...
Sorry, Mr Woodward, sorry, GMCA, I just want to say something.
I just wanted to come back on the point which Mr Brown was saying about the 400th house. I think 50 a year, and Peel might correct me if I'm wrong, that's per outlet, whereas in reality the site will be delivered a lot quicker than that. I think the whole 1,100 houses will be delivered before 2037, and I think that those rates are set out in Peel's approved master plan.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that's what you advised us when we asked initial questions about site allocations in terms of its start date and completion. Mr Woodward.
I think just briefly touching on, I am actually in contact with members of the committee of the local primary school, and they have been informed that the planning with regard to before they're in a position to fully take two sets of students in on the yearly basis is going to be about approximately 15 years. Now, we've already, as local residents, been living in a building site for the last 5 to 10 years. And your own words, just now, 2037. So when you look at the whole impact on all the local residents, whether they be Salford, whether they be Wigan. And we've already suffered a massive amount in terms of regeneration, if you like, or whatever, of the whole area. And now, so that is basically going to potentially be a massive part of my life. And I speak, like I say, I don't just speak for myself. I speak for over 5,000 people objecting to this plan, and to actually actively hear them say this will be done by 2037. 2036, 40, 15 years away. It's ridiculous to expect people, of local residents, to be living next to piling for 15 years and what have you, and expect them just to bend over and say, yeah, get on with it. Well, that's just not fair.
All right. Understood. Thank you. I've got no further questions in relation to that, so we'll move on to the new a new part which relates to biodiversity. Again, I think that's been introduced for consistency's sake, but it does specifically refer to priority habitats, watercourses, ponds, hedgerows and areas of woodland. Was there anything you wanted to say in relation to that?
Not really, save that this is an amalgam of approaches we've adopted to biodiversity in looking at these policies again. So in some cases we've just cross-referred to our biodiversity net gain policy, G9. In others, like this one, where we know there are some features which are worth name-checking, if you like, in the policy, we've put them in. So this is one of the latter categories. So biodiversity net gain plus particular reference these features. You'll advise us in due course which, if any, approach you consider as the sound approach to follow.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown, you had...
My only point on this is that as part of the call for sites, there was a series of site suitability criteria that were looked at, and all of the parcels of this land were assessed as on a RAG status of red for criteria 8, which is biodiversity and green infrastructure, site suitability criteria 8. So whereas some of the other sites that were also considered as part of the call for sites, and obviously again, brownfield would not be subject to those red statuses.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from Peel in relation to that?
As we support the criterion, I don't think we have any detailed comments at this stage.
And GMCA, any comment in terms of the site suitability reference that Mr. Brown made?
Well, you can always find some sites somewhere in the mix which is a bit better on this and a bit worse than that. We followed a process which we've explained early on in the hearing sessions. You'll advise us in due course what you think of our approach and our process, and following that approach and process we've landed on various allocations. So it's not the way to do it, say in relation to a particular site, but there's some other site which has got, for example, less ecological interest. Well, perhaps, but maybe it hasn't got a guided busway running through the middle of it, so all these things are a balance of considerations.
Okay, thank you. Moving on then to 9, which relates to protect and enhance the environs of Honksford Brook, relating to green infrastructure and also flood storage area. Did you want to explain that policy? It's fairly self-explanatory to me, but whether there's some background to that you wanted to add.
Yeah, I think it's quite self-explanatory, but in terms of the flood storage area, that's come out of the SFRA level 2, I think it was, assessment, which identified that as something which should be delivered as part of the scheme.
And because it's been particularly identified, it's not one of these, it could possibly be covered by a thematic policy, but there's a specific issue with this site.
There is a particular reason for saying something about it in item 9. I mean, I personally
I know
would,
what your
yeah,
view is.
exactly. Because the thematic policies are perfectly good enough to pick up the specifics, but where we do have a specific, then fair enough, it's in the policy. So, and again, you'll help us with this in due course in your report.
And thank you, Mr. Brown. You raised something in relation to Mort Lane earlier on. Did you want to, I think this might be the appropriate point to raise any other issues you've got relating to flood risk
Yes,
at this point?
I mean, I don't think Mort Lane is necessarily as a result of the site. Essentially, that's just an issue which needs to be mitigated near the site. But directly adjacent to the site is, like I said, an area which is listed on the government website as regularly or more regularly flooding, and as such, it's a flood warning area, and it's directly adjacent to Hunksford Brook, and some new houses have been built there, and the areas around it still flooding. And as the point that I know Mr. Lee will tell me off for reiterating because he's the only one who's allowed to repeat points. But, apart from the point that must always be repeated, which is don't repeat. But the Bellway extension is the one which has, is taking all of its surface water and shoving it into Hunksford Brook, which is part of this site allocation. It's not joined up in terms of the flood storage. I just don't know why we would take that approach. It just seems reckless. Why not connect the Bellway extension to the flood storage area of the wider site, attenuate that water before it then, either dissipates naturally or goes into Hunksford Brook at a measured rate. But instead, they're taking all of the surface water from the roads, from the roof, shoving it into Hunksford Brook, directly adjacent to a site which floods, and also upstream from another flooding area in Astley, where a number of properties flood. It just seems daft to me that we would take this non-joined up approach to getting rid of our surface water.
Okay, so just to confirm then, you're saying that the site, is it currently under construction or it has been completed, causes runoff into the brook?
We're talking about, so that the houses that have been built exist on a site which was brownfield and has now had houses built on it, and that's the flooding area. But this site is being built directly adjacent to that and putting water in upstream of it. So therefore, increasing the volume of water which then passes through this area. And then further down, not far downstream in Astley, a number of houses are also similarly in a flooding area. I don't know why this extension, the Bellway extension, which is part of this site allocation, which is on Greenbelt, I don't know why we would just take this approach of shoving water into Hunksford Brook. It seems unnecessary.
Okay, thank you. Did Peel want to add anything before I think GMCA are just having a look at a response. So Peel, if you wanted to add anything.
All I can say was in response to what we can control, Ma'am, and we've in response to we don't have an issue with the policy. I will refer back to the application. Clearly, you'll be appreciate there's a full detailed body of work contained within the application covering drainage. The vast majority of the site, including Bellway's part of the site, as I believe, is flood zone 1. There is elements of flood zone 3, which solely relates to the watercourse of Hunksford Brook. There's no development intended to be within that element of the site. And our strategy looks to deliver, as you would expect, outfalls of greenfield rates, and the strategy has been accordingly devised to create attenuation ponds, both north of the guided busway and south of the guided busway. So, for example, at Moseley Mosslands is actually the southern parcel, which Mr. Brown is alluding to. We have proposed a specific seasonal fluvial attenuation fund in there to actually react and be flexible in terms of dealing with any on-site flooding attenuation before obviously then it gets discharged. So we're confident that we've done our work, which is contained within the application.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. Your nameplate's still up. Did you want to add it? Okay, thank you. GMCA, did you want to respond at all in terms of flooding?
Well, just very briefly to bring us back to the part 9. So the first line and a half it relating to Hunksford Brook relates to the flood zone 3 part of the site, which is less than 10%, 8%, I think, of the site. And that's protected from development by this reference in the first line and a half. And the second part of item 9 is relating to a flood storage area. So if we're talking about the part 9, which I think we are, then it seems perfectly appropriate, frankly.
And I'm assuming that other sustainable drainage matters would also be covered by thematic,
That's
by
right,
the
by
thematic
thematic
policies.
Yes, indeed, and by changes at national level as well, which are making SUDs mandatory.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown, did you want to make another point?
Just if I may, I mean, I've reviewed the drainage policy for the Bellway extension, and it very clearly shows that moving from, you know, an area of green land where water will naturally attenuate in the moss and then drain into underground aquifers, rather than doing that, it's going to be collected from rooftops and roadways, and it shows the pipe directly, no attenuation, no storage units, no suds, no soak away, pushing the water directly into Honksford Brook. And again, it just seems like it's not joined up in terms of the master plan. It seems very much like you have the Bellway element and the Peel element, and we're trying to portray it as a joined up piece of thinking, but it's actually not really, because why would you deal with water differently in two parts of the site that are within meters of each other, and the only differing element is the developer. And we spoke about the Zone 3 areas within the site and saying we're not built on them. We're not talking about the areas within the site. We're talking about the areas directly adjacent to the site, which are the subject of the excess water that this development will then direct into the watercourse.
Okay, so it's runoff concern that you have. Did GMCA want to respond to that?
Yeah, just to make the point that the Phase 2 Bellway site hasn't been determined. It's just a current planning application, so those things can be considered by the councils through the DM process.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Then I'll move on, and I take it there are no further points wanted to be made in relation to flooding. So part 10. Which we actually referred to earlier on, is the criteria the part that relates to the landscape boundary in relation to the green belt to the north. Having discussed that, I have no questions with that, and I think hopefully Mr. Brown and Mr. Woodward, you raised your points at that point in time. Okay, but there is then a new part relating to compensatory improvements in relation to the remaining green belt in the vicinity of the site. Again, there were a number of projects identified, I understand, by land use consultants, and this makes provision for those and possibly other projects being brought forward as necessary. Did you want to add anything in relation to that?
No, other than I'm not sure whether participants today have been here or listened to previous sessions, but just to explain the background is that when you're making a plan and removing land from the green belt, then government policy requires the plan, so in this case Places for Everyone, to in effect have a clause like this, and this arises from paragraph 142 of the framework. So, and you know, I'd like to claim the glory for this, but no, you pointed this out to us, so that's why we find this item in this new part introduced into all the allocation policies that involve removing land from the green belt. There is a green belt study which sets out in some detail actually potential opportunities in the vicinity, in the green belt in the vicinity, that could feed off this item.
Okay, any points, Mr. Brown or Mr. Woodward or Peel, that you wanted to make in relation to that? I think you did say something earlier on, didn't you, Mr. Brown, in relation to you didn't feel it would be compensatory. But
just that we hadn't seen any substantive proposals for what that actually would be, so it's very difficult to say whether or not it would be a good thing. I mean, yeah, we appreciate there'll be more footpaths which will improve access to the remaining bit of green belt land that would remain, but not, you know, also it would be nice to make that more usable.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of again, just adding a bit to the background, is that there was work undertaken by land use consultants in the Greenbelt assessment. That does list some projects, but of course, the nature of those projects may change over time. New ones might come in that might be more suitable. Some may be brought forward in other ways. So it doesn't refer to anything specific to allow some flexibility in that respect. Okay, Peel, you've got your nameplate up.
Yeah, thanks, ma'am. Just to say, giving that bit of flavour, and obviously work in progress as the applications progress. But in our applications, we have proposed to undertake some improvements in a site what's called the Ellenbrook Brickworks, which is a large area existing woodland, which is identified as a designated SPI. If I point to your site map, ma'am. It's to the east of the allocation, a hatched area, which if you go along City Road, the Black Star, yeah, keep going east, all around, yeah, you're in the right, but further north as well. It sweeps around the site, Mom. But what that's in our control, and what we're proposing to do is obviously there's footpath connections which are existing, and we're looking to enhance them. To create some further recreational opportunities throughout the site, but bearing in mind that has to be caveated with my ecological colleagues to my right with ecological issues. So we're obviously proposing a landscape and ecological management plan along with the application to kind of manage that as well. So alongside the kind of recreational enhancement, we're also looking at the environmental enhancement as well. And there's existing areas of woodland, grassland, wetland within the Brickworks, and we're looking to enhance those as well through a combination of measures. So, clearly we're looking to enhance the environmental and recreational quality of that part of the Greenbelt. So that's a first salve to the council. Thanks, Mum.
Okay, thank you. Then moving on to part 11, you've proposed deleting that. I think that's for a similar reason. We were talking about that with the previous site. It's that would be something that would be dealt with anyway through thematic policies or
the law
through
won't be dealt with through the law.
Yes,
it's even more important
that's
than
right,
thematic policies.
And then you have the new part relating to the mineral safeguarding areas. We haven't discussed that in relation to other sites unless there's a specific point that is needed to be made on that. So that's the end of the site development criteria, but and we'll move on to viability in a moment. But I just wanted to check before I move on whether anybody has any final points they wanted to make of subjects that we haven't covered that don't relate to viability, which we'll cover shortly.
Could we make a point on the efficacy of the consultation, not the legality, but the efficacy? To be frank, that was a point that was made during the discussions on community engagement, and Mr. Woodward's already made some points. So I think it's probably going to be a similar point, isn't it? That we understand that as far as you're concerned, you're not satisfied with the process. And my understanding was last time we attended, it was just on the legality of the consultation and not on the efficacy. So maybe I got that wrong, but that's why we held off on our points about how well it or not it was done.
I think there was more of a rounded discussion than just dealing with any legal points. I know that Mr. Woodward did raise some significant concern that he had about those. So, I mean, you can make some short points, but it's not. But we've had a discussion about the community engagement over the plan. So just keep it very brief, if you could, please.
Thank you, Ma'am. Yeah. So another guiding principle was around conscientious consideration to consultation responses. So for the many thousands of responses that was made across the whole Places for Everyone plan and the 600 responses that were made to this particular site allocation, not a single amendment was made to the plan before it was submitted onto you for consideration. So I think that shows that conscientious consideration hasn't happened. What we did get was rather kind of pithy, dismissive responses to every point that had been raised, and misrepresentation of a lot of the points that people had actually raised as well. So people's views were bucketed together into very broad-ranging buckets, which then had kind of dismissive responses put against them. And it just kind of shows that I don't think there was a lot of consideration actually given to that. And then another concerning thing, just briefly, Marm, was that there were some residents of the area who felt unable to contribute to the consultation. One of the residents of the site has let me take a copy of their tenancy agreement, which is from Peel, which says that the tenant shall not make or support or assist any other person or body in the making of any objection.
I'm sorry, because that relates to potentially to a specific individual. I don't feel comfortable raising that. If you just say that there are concerns about the tenancy agreement,
it applies to multiple people. So it's the conduct of the applicant really in putting clauses into a tenancy agreement.
Again, I'm sorry that I think that's not really an issue for us. I think the first points that you raised potentially are, but that's an issue I think that is possibly outside of the remit of this examination.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Any further points? No. Okay. Thank you. In that case, then we'll come on to viability now. And I think you did raise some concerns about viability, didn't you, earlier, Mr. Brown? But we'll just cover that then. So, Mr. Katkowski, did you just want to outline any kind of main points in relation to viability?
Yes, this is a Category 1 site in the base case with very considerable, as in multi-millions of pounds of headroom. And we have the site being actively promoted as well, which is not a bad measure of real-world viability. So we have no concerns about viability in relation to the real test, which is not so much the assessments which are being carried out, but rather whether there's a reasonable prospect of this allocation being delivered over the life of the plan, and the answer to that is most certainly is. In fact, the planning applications are running ahead of the adoption of the plan, so I have nothing else to say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown.
So yeah, in terms of the finances, we don't doubt that there's significant financial headroom to achieve a number of mitigations. But in terms of the timescales, we did originally have concerns about that 50 houses per year build-out rate, but now that we see that that's per parcel, that makes more sense. So it was good to get that clarified. A number of other viability concerns that we had were around the A577 and A580 junction, and when you look at the infrastructure that's buried underneath that junction, there's high voltage backbone power cables, which are likely to cost a lot of money to relocate, but I'm sure that's all would be encompassed in terms of that financial headroom. We spoke about the flooding on Mort Lane, so I won't raise that again. And the last point was just to make a comment about economic conditions. Persimmon, Taylor Wimpey, all reporting adverse trading conditions at the moment. Red Row houses not being sold in the immediate area. High Bank of England base rates resulting in record lows of mortgages. I appreciate we're looking at this over a 15-year period, and I'm sure we all hope that this is going to return to a bit more of normality in that period, but still, I think an important point to be taken into account. Do we really think we can shift, well, obviously, clearly, you do feel like you can shift 1,100 houses at, 400k plus to whatever the £1 million mark, but in terms of viability, we all know that if they stop being sold, subsequent phases will then not be brought forward in that time period. So clearly, if we had a crystal ball, we'd all make some wise market investment decisions. But I think it's an important point to consider with viability.
Okay, thank you. And just with the GMCA in terms of the reference to the junction, possibly, what sort of costs were looked at under the viability assessment, if you're able to answer that? Would that have been included?
Well, certainly the works which are referred to in Appendix D have been included, because you'll recall they've all been tested. But if you want precise pounds, shillings and pence, then
no, I don't want the pounds, shillings and pence included. But so I think Mr. Brown's comment was in relation to services that might need to be sorted if you're doing the junction
We
work.
have costings in for the highways works, which are in Appendix D, and the headroom here, I think even on our assessment, which bear in mind is a point of time since when you've had further paper from us about the rise in values being greater than the rise in construction costs. But even so, before all of that, the headroom on this site was, I think, some £26 million over and above the, and there is a figure.
So I submitted a Freedom of Information request to Wigan Council about this, asking what the key constraints were at this junction, and they said that they weren't aware of any because they hadn't done the investigation. So maybe it just went to the wrong team. But if you look on the power, if you request United Utilities and all of the power, they have a system which tells you what is actually under there, and there's some very high voltage backbone cables which. A neighbouring councillor who works within the highways department has commented maybe, 1 million plus. So I mean, still within that headroom, but still there nonetheless, and still a large logistical challenge that we need to consider.
Okay, thank you. GMCA, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, just to say that the junction was initially costed at 1.1 million, and that accounts for any abnormalities, including stats underground. It's also worth pointing out there is existing Section 106 funding available to deliver improvements at that junction, and the council's currently going through a detailed design process to deliver that improvement in conjunction with Salford.
Okay, so effectively you're saying that junction coming forward isn't solely reliant on this allocation. Okay, and they have that there is a potential for abnormal costs to be absorbed in how it's been costed.
Yeah, and in the event there is a deficit, the expectation is that the planned application will contribute towards that gap in funding.
Can I just also add, ma'am, that our viability study is based on a strategic transport cost of in the region of £4.3 million for all the interventions listed in Appendix D.
Okay, thank you. I have no further points to raise on viability or anything else in relation to this site. Just so you go away satisfied, and Mr. Brown, Mr. Woodward, do you have any final points you wanted to make? Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Woodward.
I think just in conclusion that there's so much emphasis I've heard today. I know I'm reiterating it again with regard to this bus stop. Then this bus stop appears to be after the event rather than before the event. So I just want to reiterate that how many local residents, and I know I keep on going on about the number, but if this was a reasonable application, then we wouldn't see such a level of objections to this. So that's my conclusion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you everybody for your contributions. We've now finished for the day, but we will be returning to Wigan sites tomorrow, where we'll be discussing Pocketnook and land west of Gibfield. Okay, thank you, and we'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.